Goodness gracious me, we've got some cuties in the chat already. I thought it was going to be dead because it's a Friday. I thought, oh, I'll go live and nobody will know that I'm live because it's a Friday. So I'll just go to the toilet while I'm waiting for the ad break to finish. But I apologise, gang. Welcome in, everybody. Who have we got? We've got Stabby in first. GG Stabs, welcome in. We've got a Duel in second. GG's, welcome in, Duel. And we've got Damos resubscribing for 17 months in a row now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the resub. Welcome on in. You guys could see that I fucking played a song. I was trying to choose a song to go on my trying to choose a song to go on my story. I can't get the words out today, chat. Excuse me. We've got Akira as well. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the streak. I appreciate that. 15 streams in a row. That's half a month's work. Right, I'm going to turn the fan on and see if it works. It was working all day yesterday. It worked all day today, but it gave up at like 4:45, and I was like, ah, you fuck. So I've unplugged it, left it unplugged for a little while, plugged it back in. I think I'm going to have to replace it. Excuse me. Excuse me, but yeah, I couldn't. I thought it's very quiet in here. That's because the fan isn't on. Excuse me. Right, so, did we, I don't think we actually accessed the absolute cheesecloth.
Glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Jean, over there, reads one dial.
Hang on a second.
Reads another.
Where are we? Cheese wheel. Wing nut. Antihistamine. Oh, excuse me, keyboard. Just once, thanks. Is cheesecloth one word? Is it one word? Is it two words? Fan fixing stream, let's go. Insult, you utter zip tie. Tis. Okay, cool. Cheesecloth. There we go, chat. It's on the list. It's in there. It's in the mix. You utter roof tile. Right, let me turn that off. Right, welcome in, everybody. How's everybody doing? Happy Friday. As some of you may know, there is a housewarming party at the Hellion household tomorrow during the day and the evening, I suppose. But I need to be there all day, so I won't be alive. I won't be around. I won't be live. I won't be around. I won't be alive. I won't be around to stream during the day tomorrow, so I'm going to stream today instead, if that's all right with you guys.
Oh shit! It's on 10 emergency.
Because you won't be alive, don't you? Just dead. Imagine if I just keeled over.
The door comes screeching.
Honestly, my fucking health at the moment. But I have an appointment at a hospital in the next town over because the one here doesn't do it apparently. To go see a. This is what keeps happening, chat. I keep getting to a part of the sentence where there are two words that would fit, and my brain won't make a decision. It just shoves both of the words together. So I end up saying like spizzit instead of speak or visit. Rather than saying speak to or visit, I just say spizzit. I'm like, that's not even a fucking word, you absolute Neanderthal. The fuck is wrong with you? But yeah, or I start a sentence and then I start the sentence again. Like I start the sentence and stop and then I start the sentence. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? But I am going to go see a CPAP specialist at the Conquest Hospital, which is a bit further away than the one in my town. But on the 28th, if I'm hoping they're going to give me something. I think they're going to give me a CPAP machine, which I don't want to rely on a CPAP machine. But right now, I need to fucking fix myself. I need to fix myself because I'm really coming apart at the seams in a lot of ways.
Kuno knows this place is spooky as fuck.
But yeah, if I can just get a week or two's night's sleep in a row, I'd probably start to heal myself and just get out of this weird funk that I'm in. But yeah.
Kuno doesn't know, but Kuno wants to know.
Gonna be dead, and Kate's gonna resurrect you using necromancy as a party trick. Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's a queen of the Hellion, so maybe she possesses that kind of magic, you know. Mum just called you a bag of soggy bird seed. A bag of soggy bird seed. Ah, stone the crows.
Are you? Are you?
So they got down. That's a cool party trick. Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, yeah, well, I don't want to go into it, but yeah, you know, being able to raise somebody from the dead would be a cool party trick because, you know, there have been parties where somebody's, you know, overdone it. And yeah, waiting for the paramedics. But yeah, I don't know why I went into that, but I suppose paramedics kind of possess a form of necromancy. They can bring people back from the dead, right? Yeah. Met someone who had a lot of physical disabilities from brain damage, and I was like, if you don't mind me asking, I was speaking to one of their relatives, and I was like, if you don't mind me asking, were they born with the brain damage, or did they sort of succumb to it because of an injury or something? And they said, oh yeah, they fell over and knocked themselves out, and they were unconscious for like 45 minutes before somebody found them and performed CPR and brought them back. And I'm like, 45 minutes? They're like, yeah, they have no idea how they managed to stay alive, because the longer you're unconscious, the worse it gets. But yeah, apparently like after 15, 20 minutes, it's difficult to bring people back around. But yeah, they fell over, and luckily somebody saw their shoe, like foot and leg, sticking out from behind the warehouse door, and managed to sort of like open the gate by sort of using a stick to fucking push the like latch to get into the forecourt, and ran over there. And yeah, they were performing. They didn't have one of the fucking thingies. I mean, they do now. This was a while ago. Now they have like the what are they, defibrillators? It's a defib, right? Defibrillator, yeah. Like electric shock from the side and in the front, and it passes current across the heart to make it spasm and kickstart it again. Loads of like warehouses and stuff have them now. But yeah, they didn't have one. But yeah, luckily somebody was walking past, saw somebody like on the floor, just their legs sticking out from behind this giant, great big door where they were working. And yeah, they'd tripped over a tool they left on the floor, and they'd fucking headbutted the upright on the fucking post lift, the 2 post lift thing. And yeah, fucking just headbutted it really hard and just went down, and they were just out. And the person got there and was like, yeah, they were like unresponsive, starting to feel a bit cold, you know, like somebody who'd been like in water that was freezing cold, you know, when they're cold through, they're not warm. They're like, yeah, performed CPR and it brought him back. But yeah, he's obviously pretty brain damaged now because his brain just didn't get enough oxygen for like 20 minutes. It's like, fucking hell, it's pretty scary. He was sat staring death in the eyes, going, "No, fuck you, fuck yourself, and glorified Halloween decoration." Automated external. It's called an AED, automated external defibrillator. Okay, fibrillator, not fibulator. Sorry, fibrillator. That's what I couldn't work out. I swear I was saying that word wrong. This is the thing, right? Like, I'm so fucking sleep-addled and fucking just out of it, like not sleeping enough, right? I know I've said the wrong thing, I've spelt a word wrong, but I don't know how to spell it. I know it's wrong, but I don't know how to say it right. And I'm like, how do you know that it's wrong, but you don't know how to say it right? What is with my brain right now? Fuck's sake. Excuse me. Modern ones are, yeah. Used to be manual ones, but no, the modern ones, you just push a button, position it, and press the other button, I think. Ah, okay. I suppose, yeah, they want to be automated because you need training to use them, I suppose.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours.
Welcome in, Krill. Are you sick? What's happening? Stream at Friday. So, tomorrow, during the day and probably the evening, I imagine I'll be busy, visiting some friends in somewhere nearby. And yeah, I won't be able to stream during the day. So I want to move Saturday stream to today, so you guys get 3 streams in the week, because that's my promise to you guys, if I can help it. Because yeah, I'll be busy tomorrow, and then Sunday I'm playing golf, and then I'm going to go see my family after in the evening for dinner and watch the Formula 1. So I'll be busy all day Sunday as well as Saturday. So I won't have any time over this weekend. So I thought I'd stream on Friday instead. Full manual, that was open chest ones. If I remember right, is can in emergency and use non-professional with guidance from a 999. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, you want to be like to the left of one pectoral and then like on the sort of side of the rib cage, so you create a line that goes through the heart. But yeah, obviously it's a bunch of voltage. But yeah, obviously you want to try compressions and sort of, you know, breathing first. And then if you can get them into a semi-conscious state, you get them into the recovery position so they don't swallow their own tongue, and then wait for the paramedics to arrive. Yeah.
His eyesight is sharp.
Open chest surgery. Open chest defibrillators deliver a low voltage electrical shock directly to an exposed heart during surgery using a handheld metal spoon and a paddle of electrode. Oh yeah. Like if somebody's open and they're working on them, then yeah, they can kickstart the heart. But I've also seen people massaging the heart while they're doing open heart, so chest open surgery, and they're massaging the heart to get it to sort of, to work, which is kind of weird. But I don't know what the exact reason was, but yeah.
I may have.
All
Sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to.
Yeah, just shove some wires in the fuse box. That'll shock them to being alive. But yeah, it's pretty scary when you think like you talk about like the voltage in a defibrillator versus like some of the 3-phase voltage that you have on like certain industrial sites. It's 3-phase is fucking terrifying. Pineapple Rita, welcome in. Wanted to pop in. I've come in here before as a Psychobicon. And I have since changed my name. Wanted to make sure you know. Oh, Psychobicon, welcome in. Well, Pineapple Rita, welcome in. Do you prefer Pineapple Rita or just Rita? Welcome in. It's nice to see you again. First words. In fact, actually, I think AEDs were made for general public because here in Hanley, they have a few on the street. Call 99 for the code. Yeah. Ours have a code and it's like a code lock with a latch. Yeah, that's what we have. Either one is good, Rita or Pineapple Rita. Okay. Rita's easier, so welcome in, Rita. Ever seen people melted? But yeah, I've seen people's ears like deformed and like their like elbows had like melted skin that's like fused because they were cutting through like the iron rebar to cut down a building, and they went through a 3-phase feed cable, and it was still on, so they became like the earth. It was, 3-phase is so powerful. Even if you're wearing like rubber boots, you'll still be you're not insulated enough. It's like fucking terrifying stuff.
Sounds like a hiding place.
Otherwise people would steal them, unfortunately. When it's emergency time, it's important. Yeah, people would steal them in the UK because, there's probably metals and bits and pieces they could sell.
Bourgeoisie henchman can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes, helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. The boat engine. On the water. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
GG's on third crew. Gambling 10k already.
It's a 3-Yangon 446.
And your daily bread, enjoy. 70 pieces of daily bread. Broke the streak.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer that name springs to mind.
Out on the streets, I literally put like a phone booth things, and people have stolen them in the past as such. I had to lock them up, otherwise they weren't there. Yeah, this is the thing: is you want a defibrillator, like ready, like just in the street at night when all the shops, because the shops have them behind the till, behind the counter or whatever. So you could, like, if a paramedic runs it, get me a defibrillator. All the staff know where it is, and obviously you're going to hand it over because you're going to get another one from the NHS. But yeah, at night when all the shops are closed, it's like, where'd you get one from? Like McDonald's was just down the street, but that's like 3 or 4 minutes walk, or a 3 or 4 minute jog. And to be honest, that could be that could be life or death, 3 or 4 minutes. So yeah, having them right there and then, so you can restart someone's heart, is super important. But yes, people would fucking steal them. Because usually what they used to do is just have ambulances parked about in the town
It was
at
sent
night.
to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of other things that we have like in public that might not be normal for the rest of the world. That are locked up. Things that are locked up for the public good. They're for helping the public should a problem arise, but they need to be locked up. I mean, obviously, like fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers have like a safety pin, and they're expensive to get refilled, so you shouldn't fuck with them.
Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis.
A lot of people in
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many
extinguished in 06.
I don't know how many UK inmates 2026 prison population. So we currently have July 2026. What? Oh, can I not just... Okay. I just have to use the summary. So around 86,000 held in England and Wales. Men's facilities around roughly 98% capacity. Age shift. The portion of older inmates over 50 has grown significantly over the past decades to nearly 18%, while younger cohorts under 21 have declined. Oh, that's pretty promising. Remand populations and trial backlogs continue to strain local high-security facilities. Oh, I see. There's a lot of people waiting to be sentenced. Just like everything else in the UK, there's always a fucking delay. Even when it comes to getting your sentence and being put in prison, there's a delay. So you have to sit somewhere which isn't prison, but is also not free, right?
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn.
We only have a lot of prisoners because we aren't allowed to send them to penal colonies anymore. Send them all to Australia again. Yeah, well, that's what we did, right? Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers compared to the USA. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, I think the judiciary service and the penal system and everything else, I think the justice service as a whole might be starting to realise that chucking a 16 or 17-year-old kid in prison is not going to stop them from being a criminal. It just makes them more of a criminal because you put them inside with people. This is the thing. Like, if you put young men in a situation that is really, really fucking harsh, there'll be a portion of those men that will break, but the majority of them will just become very, very cold-hearted and very, very thick-skinned. So the problem is, if you don't rehabilitate them properly, if you just put them in prison where they get into fights every single day, they become harder and more dangerous. That's just what men do. It happens in wars, it happens in prisons, it's just what men do. They react to their surroundings and they become more aggressive, more dangerous, more problematic because they're used to living in a fucking dangerous place. So actually putting people in prison at a young age is not always the best idea. And people are like, oh, he should go to prison for life, blah, blah, blah. We don't understand. You put them in prison at 16, by the time they're 25, 30, they won't be able to keep them inside anymore. Like, they won't have a reason to, they will have served every sentence, whatever. And then they'll leave at 31, like really, really, like literally one of the hardest men on the planet, right? Hardest man in the country, because they've been through every kind of violence you could ever imagine. And they've lived in one of the most dangerous environments we have. So they'll be one of the hardest men in the country. And then, nobody will be able to fuck with them. They'll be able to do whatever they want. Because, they'll know the worst thing that could happen is them going back to prison. And at that point, they haven't got anything to fear, right? They've done it already. So, it's not always the best bet. It's to, you want to rehabilitate, you want to try and rehabilitate them because, if you just put them in a fucking hole with a bunch of other nasty men, you just create another nasty man, and eventually they're going to get out. Eventually, one way or the other. Because, you can't put them in there for 80 years until they die. 60, 70, 80 years until they die. Because how much is it going to cost the UK taxpayer to house and feed and, look after somebody with relative levels of care? They're obviously, restricted. They're in a cell, but you still got to feed them. You can't fucking starve them, right? And they're not going to be paying that much tax because they're not really working, So you're taking somebody out of the workforce. You're also making them a burden of the state. So, incarceration isn't always the best bet. So the fact that we have a backlog of people waiting for sentencing, although I do agree the people that they've wronged deserve justice, it's been proven time and time again that if you just put a young, aggressive man in prison, 9 times out of 10, I'd say 8 times out of 10, you just get an incredibly hard man at the end of it. And then they're incredibly difficult to police. So maybe not the answer. Back again. All right, back. I had to get rid of a bonus sub banner that was eating up half the chat. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, dude. Yeah, thank you for the resub, though. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Part of our system is that sometimes you give a kid a lesson than a rest. Yeah, you want to try and reboot it. You want to try and get him on the right and narrow. Otherwise, El Salvador's crime per 100 population is quite unique. The decline it got from this president they have now. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I need to, whenever I hear about a sharp decline in, crimes, I'm like, okay, did they stop reporting certain crimes? Because if the violent crime is still happening, but all of the misdemeanors are now not crimes, they're just punishable by something else, It's governments that are trying to like make a difference. They sort of like they change the way something's categorized, and they say, oh, violent crime went down blah 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 %. We're doing such a good job, and it hasn't. They're just categorizing like 70% of what was considered violent crime as something else now, right? It's under a different name, so violent crime is now lower because there's just less crime happening. But yeah. Gonna hoover. Enjoy the hoovering. Being put in that social environment is really bad for the development. Yeah, exactly. This is it. The thing is, like, when you've got like a young man that's in their like late teens, early 20s, they're still in a very formative time, and up until like 35, 40, they're becoming the man they're going to be for the next 45, 50 years, right? So if you can get it right and get them on the straight and narrow and get them into a job, get them into a flat, get them into a rhythm of just surviving and not being in these situations where violence is an option, because some people will choose that option when they shouldn't. If you take them out of that environment and put them in an environment where they can just work and have, you know, hobbies and just be a normal person after the rough start they've had, some of them just snap into it. And then the reoffense rate is, you know, statistically quite low. You know, it's not nothing, you know, but again, you know, it's better than, yeah, like I say, put a young man in prison, you end up with a fucking difficult man to police, because when they leave prison, you know, there's no kicking you can give this man. There's no beating you could give that man that's going to scare him. And I've watched it. I've seen stuff kick off in a pub, and a guy who looks perfectly normal absolutely fucking devastate like 4 other guys. They hit them with chairs. They fucking stab them with bits of glass. They're fucking choking them with fucking belts. This guy just will not go down. And I'm like, I'm not going anywhere near that. That looks fucking insane. I'm not paid enough. You know, the doormen are going to deal with it. And yeah, and they say, yeah, he got out of prison like 2 years ago. He was in prison for 9 years. He went into prison when he was 16. He's now in his 30s. He was in prison for like years. And he came out and basically just didn't really speak to anybody. Just doesn't want anything to do with anybody, and was just in the pub having a pint, and somebody just wouldn't leave him alone. And so he fucked them all up. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. And the thing is, he's on a register. People have got his photo, so they know who he is. Because like anybody who's below a certain grade of like policeman or security official is told to not engage with him, because yeah, he's like a high threat because of his history. And I was like, that's fucking wild. He's like, yeah, this is the thing. If you put a young like lost boy in prison, that's what you get at the end of it. So you know, and this was years ago. They're like, if you put a young 15, 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid who's like obviously not had the best start in life, doesn't really know where they fit in, tends to lean towards violence to solve their problems. If you put that kind of kid in prison, they're either going to get killed, or, which is terrible, or they're going to fucking become like one of the hardest men you could ever imagine. And they're just, you can't hurt them. They've been through so much physical grief. You can't hurt them. So when people start fights with them, you can't win. Like, you can't make this man submit. You're not going to knock him out. You're not going to make him sort of like give up because of the pain. They're like seriously high risk. And they tend to have a parole officer that they have to check in with, because, yeah, you know, otherwise, who knows what they'll get up to. But yeah, it's fucking scary stuff, man. That's the outcome. But yeah, I don't know why I'm even talking about this, but yeah, like I say, you see people that like a kid breaks the law and everyone's like, oh, put him in jail for 10 years. That will sort him out. You have no idea how wrong you are. You have no idea how much of a problem that man is going to be in 10 years' time when he gets out. You have no idea. Like, that's not the solution. The solution is to try and guide them back to being a normal person. Prison, it just doesn't work. You know, taking somebody's liberty away. Yeah, it just puts them in a situation where they have to die. They have to get hard and become like problematic in terms of how difficult they are to police, or, and unfortunately, they get murdered. So it's just, there is no winning. You know. So yeah, prison isn't always the answer. Because yeah, at the same time, you'll get people that, you know, they get sent to prison for stuff that isn't really that bad. It hasn't really negatively affected society that much. It was just against the law, and it was such a severe offence once that, yeah, they're in prison now, and yeah, they'll get like the shit kicked out of them every single day for like 4 years until they have to be released because there's a threat to their life, you know. One more good kicking and they'll fucking die, you know. And it's like, it's not working, is it? This prison system, you know, I'm not saying we shouldn't lock people up, but I'm saying that we need to approach other options before we just start throwing everybody in prison, because it hasn't panned out the way that it should do. It's actually, you know, making people much more aggressive, much more sort of difficult to control. So yeah, Tiger, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. And it depends on what kind of prison system you have to look at. In Norway prisons doesn't even have walls, barbed wire walls. Like US sentence, like one guy gets like 100 lifetimes. Yeah, 7 life sentences. It's like, what? Mega gangs ahead of military instead of cops. Isn't that what the issue is in Sweden with sexual assaults? They have a higher statistics as part of it being more and more is reported. Yes, so I read that they changed how they reported sexual assaults in Sweden. And something that wasn't considered sexual assault before now is, and it saw a big rise in reports. Mm. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, because the reporting of the offence has changed, it's difficult to get a sort of an idea of how much it's changed over time. Because now, if you went back and you looked at all the previous reports that would now be considered as sexual assault and put them in there, then you get a more of a line to see where it was going up or down or plateauing or whatever. But yeah, new controller came. It was expensive. Which one did you go for?
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
It's a good line, but your voice slips on, Commander, producing a little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
A big-time operator of the pederast army. How about I keep it, huh? Hand it over to a real killer. A Briscard.
Yeah, there's all sorts of examples where the metrics and the statistics for certain things, like there's a huge change, like up or down, and it turns out that it's about how it's being categorized. And the UK, I mean, I could speak about the UK, but the UK had like we had a Labour government. Thank you for the bonk, Tiger. We had a Labour government that put into place a bunch of checks and balances, like a bunch of targets that different sectors had to hit. But what happened was these sectors employed people that were smart enough to find ways around doing that. So like I've mentioned before, how like people would sit in ambulances because there wasn't a bed for them in the hospital. Because as soon as they were checked out of the ambulance and they were checked into the hospital, they were considered a waiting patient, right? Waiting for a bed. And wait times for beds were one of the things that the government was trying to get down. So they said to them, listen, you need to get the wait times down to blah, 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 whatever, right? And they just stopped admitting people into the hospital from ambulances because there wasn't a bed for them to minimize the wait time. It's just, this is unfortunately just how the modern world works.
No fucking way.
People fucking find ways around doing what they're supposed to do, as long as it looks right, then it's fine. But it isn't. They've roundabouted the process to get to where they want to, numbers wise.
Officer Kuno's got his keel A9 pointed at your fucking head.
Between 25 Mars to 6th of May, there are 150 more deaths per day. Some probably because there are more outside.
Even
But yeah, there are. Yeah, there's some statistics that there's like inexplicable but significant changes in birds landing in a certain area or fish dying somewhere. There'll just be like one day that somebody will just go down to the beach and there'll just be dead fish all along the beach, and it's like, the scientists have never figured it out. They're like, there's absolutely nothing in any of the equipment that's out there measuring the sea. There's nothing to do with the local fishermen, to do with the temperatures, to do with any of the toxicity of the water, the pH of the water, the temperature, the ultraviolet light coming out of the sky. There's absolutely no reason why a bunch of fish should just fucking die.
Designed by a kid.
But yeah, you can't always trust statistics, unfortunately.
It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
Non-biased statistics, at least non-media, they ain't allowed. Yeah. I mean, the trouble you'll find in the UK, we have like unbiased statistical analysis, but people then take the figures from that and then start presenting them in a way that makes them biased. I mean, I've got a book on it. It's a really fucking underhanded way of doing it. But yeah, they'll find the most sensationalist statistic that is in the paper, but they will refuse. They always omit, or they forget, or they don't mention one of the criteria that actually makes that make sense. They'll be like, oh, 80% of blah 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 blah. But then they'll say that was of a sample size that was smaller and specifically catered towards one particular thing. And they found that, yes, that's true. These people in a separate group do behave this way. But 80% of them, that was nothing. That was like, that statistic, 80%, should always be applied to the full sample size. But they mentioned that in the smaller sample size, that statistic was 80. But the media will take that and then, run with that. And or they just won't report on it. There'll be studies debunking like stereotypes and propaganda that's been floating around, and the newspapers say nothing. But then, as soon as there's something that allows them to push their agenda, they start doing it again. But this is what I was trying to explain before. They don't change the statistics. They just choose which ones to report on. This is the thing. This is why it gets people, is that they'll mention something that is factually correct, but it's only a small expression of data of a much bigger picture that actually tells a different story. It's statistical analysis is fairly complicated, but yeah, it's taking the truth and it's presenting it in a way that allows you to sell an agenda. But I really don't want to get into it because I don't want to have this argument again. But yeah, the fact is the statisticians and the scientists do all the work to do the science properly, and then people absolutely fucking butcher it by delivering the facts in a way which makes it seem like something else is the case. And yeah, they're very good at it, which is what they get paid for. And sadly, the scientists only get a grant to do the work. But yeah, they'll do a sample size of like 60,000 people, and then the statistic that gets onto the newspapers will be of a sample size that is 600 people. And it's like, this is fucking bullshit, man. It's not representative of the study's findings. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I mean, regardless of whether the funding is private or state, if the paper that's published, which a statistician will post a paper, right? And that will explain the testing methodology, the sample size, and a number of other characteristics that explain exactly what they did. So if they explain exactly what they did, and then that validates their findings because they've done their due diligence, they've taken a sample size that is appropriate for what they're trying to find out, they've asked the right questions, they've put in controls, and they've removed bias because of this and because of, they explain, and these papers can be like 100 pages long, and they'll explain how they've removed every kind of bias that could exist to get the best representation of the figure. So if the science has been done, the science has been done. The funding is the funding. But if the science has been done, the science has been done. The problem is you have people with money that will pay to have a study done. Done with the most, welcome in. How's it going? Just bought some new DVDs now, 114. Which ones did you get recently? But yeah, the trouble is what the Trump administration and a few other sort of large organizations will do is they will pay a bunch of scientists to do a study that has no real reason. It's just, they're just trying to fabricate statistical numbers that they can throw around. And because of this, what they do is it's called clouding the area with shit, right? So if there's a report that's very damning against, somebody, they'll pay to have 7 other reports done that make other ridiculously outlandish claims that nobody else wants to do the analysis or pay for the analysis to disprove. So you then have this environment where there's loads and loads of claims being made, so they all seem like complete bullshit. So suddenly the accusation of wrongdoing against one person, when set against a bunch of other completely farcical studies, shows that it creates this idea where people see like a wall of statistics that all seem to be complete bullshit, and they just start to stop believing in statistics, right? That's the other angle of it, is rather than only specifically cherry picking the bits and pieces of information that are scientifically correct to present your argument or your bias or propaganda or your agenda or whatever, you then, the other side of the spectrum is just to make so many fucking studies come out that say this and say that. People just stop paying attention. They stop having any faith in statistical analysis, which is a shame, because the people that do the science are actually working really fucking hard. But yeah, you're a fake Swede. Welcome in, Kioff. It's good to see you, dude. All the Pierce Brosnan 007 movies. GG. DVD paid about £50 or about 400. 450 pounds, not bad. Pierce Brosnan is the best James Bond, indeed. I don't know. It's a difficult one now because there've been so many good ones. And I'll agree that Roger Moore was very funny, but they did kind of point the whole franchise to sort of, becoming a comedy sort of, that would have died out. So I like the idea that we brought it back to being more serious in the after Roger Moore. But yeah, like I think I've seen a few different James Bond films. I mean, Sean Connery was a good Bond, but I don't like him as a person, so I can't really say he's a good Bond because I don't really agree with the man. He was pretty fucking physical with women on camera, and he was also famously pretty misogynistic in interviews. So yeah, I can't really rate that guy. But the films he was in were pretty interesting. But Pierce Brosnan, yeah, he was pretty good. Pierce Brosnan was pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. Daniel Craig has done a really fucking good job. He has done a really, really, really fucking good job. So really love Craig. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that the Daniel Craig Bond films, they have the right balance of humor, but also serious spy drama as well as action. They've got the balance right. I think that Roger Moore, it was campy, ridiculous humor. Sean Connery was kind of it was still kind of like, it was just, it was just kind of toxic masculinity being paraded around. And, there were some qualities to it that were pretty interesting. They were pretty creative for the time. But yeah, Pierce Brosnan was really good at being that kind of like sort of roguish kind of professional. They were professional. They were very good at what they do, but they were a bit of a rogue. But yeah, and then Lazenby and a couple of others that had smaller parts and everything. But yeah, I think Daniel Craig, they bring the right amount of like grit and kind of, action hero grit, but also the comedy that you want to see from a James Bond film, the sort of patter between their peers and everything, as well as, the sort of, the spectacle of it being an action film. I think the balance was just about, and I think the storytelling and the cinematography in the Daniel Craig films has been some of the best, which makes sense because they're some of the most recent. And I don't think it's fair to judge other James Bonds because, Daniel Craig didn't control the cinematography. But yeah, I think in terms of the films, yeah, the whole going back to whole memory, stop fucking forgetting things, going back to the house where they grow up and the gamekeeper's still there. Oh, what the fuck is the fucking house called? I know what it's called. They drive back there in the DB5, him and M. Fuck is it?
Real.
Don't tell me. Let me remember.
It's La Revacholière, you shit-licking bougie.
Oh, what's it called? Skyfall. Yeah, the house is called Skyfall. But that's the name of the film. But yeah, like going back and getting a bit of like history on James Bond, and then the whole thing with James Bond's death on the island when the missiles start landing and Lea Seydoux like watching on. It was just chef's kiss.
The job of a bougie dog.
Craig had the best Bond girl. Well, yeah, Lea Seydoux, but also there's been a couple of others that were the Bond girl, but obviously, he had a kid with Lea Seydoux. Lea Seydoux? No, I've seen Lea Seydoux in many, many films, and she's almost absolutely always impeccable. Like, I genuinely can't think. I mean, she may have some films she did early on, and maybe a film that she didn't really work very well in, but I haven't come across it. Like, every film I've seen her in, she's been absolutely fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
There you go. 1 of 3.
Not biased at all. Got my family tree sitting in my closet. Yeah, I mean, like, my mum did the whole, in the UK, we have a thing called Ancestry.com or whatever, where you submit some DNA and then they find your family tree.
Some Samaran shit, I guess.
And yeah, we found out that we had a long-lost relative who died, who was in the war, because my dad and my granddad were like of service age, right in the middle between World War I and World, and then obviously it was a bit too late. So like they avoided the war both times, but we did have a family member that was in the war.
How did it go?
I was traced back and put on a tree using Danish church books. Do you know? Yeah, no, I don't know who owns it, but yeah, probably somebody that's not very good, to be honest.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him.
I'm annoyed I can't remember as well.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels
Enough time to be in the war,
surprisingly light
overtaken
your
in
hand,
6 hours.
framed
Ah, I
in
see,
dot
yeah.
And patched in places with tape and wire.
Singapore government before it was Latter-day Saints. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But like obviously, the trouble is at the moment is that the NHS is having like data work being like contracted out to people, and there's obviously been some sort of leak. So all of our medical, like loads of people's medical information has been leaked, and we're starting to see loads of targeted adverts. Like they know that the majority of people in my age bracket or my parents' age bracket or whatever age bracket are struggling with one type of thing, and they've mentioned it to their doctor. So now they're pushing adverts to that age group specifically about that issue. And it's like, wow, you guys are fucking morally bankrupt. That is so underhanded. They're pushing these fucking AI generated videos. Like, this is what happens if a man of blah, blah, blah takes this supplement, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, this is going to help with this. It's going to help with this. It's all bullshit, you know. It's the internet. It's always bullshit usually.
The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
And you guys also made Palantir getting contract for the HMS data storage. Yeah. I think it's Palantir that's doing some of the data work for fucking, yeah, it leaked obviously. And saying, man.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
This guy smoked a lot of people with this, huh?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
Looks like old shit.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly.
In the Mormons' owned Ancestry, every record was put down on some special paper and put in a giant cave with nuclear-proof doors in Utah. Quite cool. Yes.
Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics.
But yeah, do you know what, chat, right? The amount of times I get asked to set up two-factor authentication and fucking
very much like the murder weapon.
Set up a backup password and give them an email address or a phone number so they can send me a message if my account gets compromised, but they just want more contact details. Do you want to know how many times my account has been compromised because of me and my password, right? I have to set up a password that's 25 characters long and has a digit and 2 digits and a symbol, 1 capital letter, 1 lowercase letter. I had to set up a really complicated password. Do you know how many times I've fucking, like, my accounts have been breached because of me losing a password? 0. It has never happened across any account ever. You want to know how many times I've fucking had my data breached because of some fucking idiot losing it or giving somebody access. They should, like, at least 40 times now. It's ridiculous. Like, my phone shows me that my passwords for various things have been, like, found in a data breach so many fucking times. I have to change them. I'm like, it's so fucking stupid. The whole world is so obsessed with scraping and collecting as much data as possible, but nobody is creating a safe way to hold it. And it's you create these enormous repositories of information, right? These enormous databases full of information that are such a fucking juicy target for hackers, and that the fucking security is always so piss poor. It always gets leaked, but you know. British blow, no. I mean, our birthday is the 3rd of February, 94.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my terminus surrender.
Wait, like the fucking ancient army?
Yes, recruited from Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Arion, consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over.
Wardogs is having a playtest this weekend. You can request
When I
access
came
to it
back
on the
here,
Steam page if you haven't. Good,
that
cool.
22 years ago.
Because yeah, I mean, the Battlefield's felt pretty good. The last 2 or 3 nights that I've played it, it's felt pretty good. But yeah, might be worth jumping on War Dogs to see what it's like. But yeah, the Suru Reef, no, Wake Island. There's a few game modes where there's just way too many vehicles. It's like there's not enough land and there's too many vehicles, and it's just. I've watched this like 3 or 4 streamers that I watched that play Battlefield for the last few days. They jump into a match and they're like, yeah, once you start to lose points, once the stalemate like establishes itself, it just disconnects. It's not worth it. And I'm like, okay. They're like, yeah, the game will just basically stay the same until you run out of time or run out of tickets. It's just, yeah.
43 years and 10
Because,
months.
yeah, you just can't push because of the spotting. The spotting's fucked. Such a good map, but played by a really bad performance. Yeah, the performance is pretty shit. I wanted to check with you what settings you're using, because I've got a settings guide that I found that I've used all the settings, and yeah, my FPS went to well, actually, there's 2 things I want to check with you actually, because I noticed that if I turn off the 120 FPS limit in the game to try and sync it with my VSync on the monitor without doing VSync that creates that creates lag to avoid tearing, I noticed something. But I'll chat. I've got an ad break coming up, so I'll talk to you about it in a moment. But yeah, I was like, hang on, I can do more FPS if I just turn the limit on. But yeah, anyway, I'll tell you in a minute. But yeah, got the playtest. Yeah, I mean, there's also a Modern Warfare 3 reveal that's happening right now that a few streamers that I know are playing. They're all going to jump over and play Modern Warfare. But yeah. But yes, the ad's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. I mean, I know Deadeye might have been a little bit better there, but... Problem is, you kind of spunked a whole lot, sometimes by accident. I mean, the dead eye, I mean. Cow? Cow? Oh. I thought it was dead. Horse? Where are you, horse? Where are you, horse? Come on, horse, you can do it. Where are you, horse? Horse? No, you're a dog. I said horse. There you are. Horse. Get fucked. Get fucked. Awful fight, man. Awful fight, dudes. Awful, awful fight. Fuck, that is annoying. Thank you for the GGs. Trophy level up. You're 0% to 310. Okay. Thank you for the Doomslayer.
In the first age,
Fucking what a shit fight. What a shit fight. What, yeah, it's Dark Souls 2 and this game have both done that, right? When I am running full speed, you can't hit me with an arrow. I'm sorry. You...
Remember me. Dun, dun. And the sweet wings. Oh. Sorry, chaps.
Sorry, chaps.
I like how sad he looks after he realizes that he's alone. He's like, oh shit.
From the dungeon. And they're human. If we make the dungeon thing human, hold on. Hold the fuck on. If this is it, they're human. If we describe a human using the computer in the dungeon, hold the fuck on. Hold the phone, chat. Hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the damn phone. Hold on, chat. Hold on to something. Hold on to something. This game is so fucking cool! Oh, this game is so fucking cool. I don't know what they were doing, looking inside. But yeah, they found traces of microplastics in babies. And I'm like, we are fucking so cooked. We are so fucking cooked, because my generation is full of microplastics, my dad's generation is full of asbestos, and my granddad's generation is full of fucking lead. Like, what next? What are we gonna fucking, you know, thrust upon the biological welfare of the fucking human race next? What are we gonna do next? What are we gonna come up with? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Oh, where were we? New season of Thoughts Well Battle Pass don't care for so much. Yeah, I know. I've got 950 Battlefield coins saved up. And the battle pass is 1,100, so if I get some more coins and I could get it for free, then I might do. But yeah, ultimately, yeah, it's just, it feels a little bit kind of like, even though the battle pass now feels like it's kind of like a bit harmless, it's just, you know, you get some extra stuff for free and blah blah blah, but you're not really getting that much. But it doesn't cost much. You can just earn it with coins. I know that that's kind of like the onboarding into buying, like spending money in the store, which has just always been their way. But yeah, Hoover means to use a Hoover. We call it a vacuum. Call it a Damsuga. But thank you for the 10 stream streak, Rambo Tiger. I appreciate that. Dust sucker. Sucking on a rod. Dust sucker, you don't. Electrolux sucks. Mortal Shell 2 is amazing so far. A few people have said it's pretty good. But Positive surprise about Electrolux Dust Sucker. I thought it was one extra quiet as pets. It's actually really quiet, but also has good suction. Fair enough. It sucks, which means it doesn't suck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think Artie really cares that much about the vac, but I've got like a little robot vacuum that goes around, so it's not super noisy. But yeah, CureFits. I remember that this monitor has NVIDIA G-Sync and AMD FreeSync and maybe one other kind of sync technology. So I can just turn off VSync and just turn off the frame rate limit, and it will just synchronize, because I'm not going to do over 160 or 65 FPS with my settings. And I wasn't getting 120 locked, and I was like, I'll just turn the frame rate limit off, so whatever. It's routinely 140 FPS, 150 FPS. Like, it goes up to 140, 150, then it goes to, it's always over 120, but I couldn't lock it to 120, and I was like, the fuck? You want to do G-Sync Plus, V-Sync, and the NVIDIA control panel. Oh, so in the NVIDIA control panel, okay.
It's not how a human...
But yeah, it was significantly better. But I mean, this monitor, the megahertz is just changing depending on what the frame rate is. So
I couldn't just forget what I saw.
At the same time, with VSync off in games. Both of them at the same time with VSync off in the game. Okay. Okay.
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
But yeah, I tried 4K 60, and 4K with the setup I've got at the moment, there's a few things I've turned down to low because they're pretty heavy. I can get like 70 to 90 FPS, but it's not locked. It does drop below 60 sometimes. I'm like, plus it feels really slow compared to what I'm used to. So I've been converted to 120 hertz for fuck's sake.
Her to return. Girl, child, revolution.
But yeah, I haven't tested the 1080p 330 hertz mode yet on a game. I've tested it on desktop, and I was like dragging a window around in a figure of 8. I was like, holy shit, this is really unbelievably smooth. But one thing you should be aware of, that OLED will flicker with G-Sync enabled. Like in the dark scenes, you'll see it get brighter and darker constantly. I've seen examples of it, and I haven't noticed it. With what I've got set up at the moment, I haven't noticed it. It's definitely synchronizing the monitor, because when I go to the menu, it says the resolution, which is 4K all the time. Even if I change the game to 1440p, it's obviously just stretching it. And yeah, the megahertz, the hertz refresh rate is going up and down like crazy, but I never see the dimming. So whatever causes that, I must have it turned off. But yeah, talking about Bono, share. Duel, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate that, dude. Amazing. Otherwise, I've turned it off because I saw the flicker. Yeah, I mean, I must have G-Sync on, because I can, like, when you open, like I say, you open the menu, and it tells you your resolution and your refresh, right? And it's changing. Like if I'm in the game and it's like I'm moving around, I just like, if I'm just like, you know, moving around in the game or just looking at something that's happening, it's going up and down. The hertz of the monitor's going up and down. So it must be synchronized in some way, but I don't see. I think once I went from a light area to a dark area, and I think I saw what someone said, where, like, you know, the brightness changes in the dark area, even though in HDR or like, I don't know, OLED monitor, it shouldn't do that. The overall brightness or the overall dimness changed, but I don't see it every single time. I've tried to test it. I've tried to do it on purpose, going from a light area to a dark area, or having a light window in a dark scene, and it doesn't seem to fuck with it too much. So I think there's obviously like I think you have to get to a certain megahertz, a certain hertz refresh rate before some problems start showing up, and I'm not going over 120, to be honest. So it's only VRR that can make it happen. Yeah, I mean, I never noticed it with the VRR on the PlayStation 5, and I've never noticed it on a VRR display before. But when somebody showed me an example of it on their monitor, I was like, oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I could see it. But I think they were like at 240, and yeah, I think they were at 240 hertz, which means there just isn't an awful lot of light coming out of the panel. It's refreshing so quickly that, yeah.
I am not a fool.
But yeah, Cyberpunk will be a test for this one.
An uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will
unstable
not
FPS,
come
make it
back
happen on an
anymore.
OLED. Okay.
However,
I mean, yeah,
hard I
I've
try,
turned off
whatever I do.
I've turned off the frame rate limit now because I want to see what the average FPS I look at. Because I just glance at it every now and again, and yeah, it's usually above 120. So the fact that I couldn't lock it to 120 makes me think that maybe the performance hasn't been as bad as I thought. Maybe the frame rate limiter is just badly put together. I've just turned it off. But as you say, what I could do is set 120 FPS in NVIDIA control panel, because it's at it's 240 in the control panel, and then I set it to 120 in the game, so it's got some space. So yeah, I might give that a try, see what happens. Did you just the one in Battlefield 6? I just limited in game to 120, and I limited the menus to 60 because there's no point pushing the GPU for the menu, is there? So
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historical
Good news is
role
the
of
fan's still going.
proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second,
never use the in-game ones. If you want to limit the frame rate, do it in the NVIDIA app, and then the limit is applied to the driver level, and it's way more stable and better. Okay, yeah, I mean, maybe I'll set it to 130. Maybe I'll set it to 130 FPS and see 130 hertz in NVIDIA's app, and then see what the game does. And yeah, if I can lock it to 120 and just stay at 120, I'd rather do that.
a second is all it took for reaction to take hold.
But yeah, what I'd like to do is I'd like to do Quake 3 at 1080p, but 330 hertz, because I've never used a monitor that's more than 240 hertz. Like I said, my friends have got 240 hertz monitors, and I've tried them out. And yeah, they had 240 hertz IPAs and VAs and everything else, IPS and VA or whatever. And then yeah, one of them got an OLED, a 240 hertz OLED monitor, and I tried it, and I was like, I literally can't argue anymore. The colors are just better than anything I've seen. The response times are just better than anything I've seen. The HDR, the brights, and the dark, and the contrast levels are better than anything that I've seen. The panel thickness is ridiculous. They're so thin. Yeah, they don't weigh too much, but yeah, they're expensive. I was like, okay, and that was years ago. And I was like, okay, I kept an eye out for like a good 32-inch 4K OLED monitor that was 120 hertz, but they just didn't. I didn't see one that was 120 hertz, and then I saw this one that was 165 hertz, and I was like, okay. VA panel sucks ass. Yeah, there was VA, there was IPS, and then then you had like a bunch of LED, some of the LED stuff, but now there's micro LED, and then there's quantum dot, as well as this is a WOLED, and then there's vertical stripe WOLED. So they're still not settling down, but this will do me for a while. I had £600 for a monitor. This was £600, and it does everything I could need it to do. I just need to find a good place to put it where it's safe, where I can use it at a desk. And then if I can make my desk my gaming setup and then turn this back into a sitting area for watching TV, that might be what we go with. Because yeah, there are a few games I'd like to revisit now that I've got a proper HDR capable, high resolution, high frame rate screen. Because yeah, there's a couple of games like Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 that they look best on a CRT TV, because on a CRT TV the black is black. Like an OLED, it's black. And that meant that when you turn the lights off in the room, which I notice a lot of games don't do this anymore, probably because screens are so bright. But back in the day, if you turned off the lights in the room, the edge of the TV disappeared. So you didn't see where the edge of the TV was. The light would come out of the TV where the character was, but if it was a dark scene, the edge of the TV disappeared. So you literally were like just in a big empty black space with this game in front of you. And it was genuinely a bit more immersive. I think headphones would have sent me over the edge as a kid, but yeah. I want to try that a little bit with this, because this is a proper OLED monitor that does completely do black. So, Blood King, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Micro LED is way far out for ordinary consumers in the future. Start making micro LED monitors to be completely replaced OLED because micro LED doesn't get burning. Yep, that's what I heard. But yeah, functionally, yeah, it has the advantages of OLED, but none of the burning problems. But yeah, still not fully. Like I say, they haven't settled down on the technology yet, but still. Good for single player games compared to the fast motion multiplayer. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, any panel, I mean, you know, if you've got any good monitor will be good for like single player games and stuff, but competitive games where response times matter, yeah, there's certain monitors that are a bit better. Good contrast compare, for example, IPS VAIR has a really good grey to grey response, which results in smearing. And the smearing is it's fast motion. Yeah, I mean, if you were playing a slow game, it wouldn't matter as much, but yeah.
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some high resolution panels that looked quite nice, but yeah, like, I mean, they were good for working on Photoshop and everything else, but like, yeah, in a game, it was, you know, like if you had motion blur turned on and the screen's pixel response time was just a bit slow, it was like, ooh, it was like ghosting everywhere. But yeah.
You haven't seen it. The face of who you serve, naked.
Got shit thrown at me.
It's impossible not to be afraid.
Yeah, overall, I've been looking for a decent monitor to play certain things on for a while now.
13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital, all at once, all the greed and terror.
Oh, that's a good TV there. I recommend Sony Bravia.
Tore into
Yeah.
Revachol.
They're a little bit spenny, but
It
yeah,
lifted
Bravia is.
streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the Flak Tower.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, this TV is a QLED, so it's not OLED. It's like a slightly cheaper version of OLED. But in terms of like the price to like, the Q60R, the Samsung Q60R, routinely in almost every test I saw, it was punching well above its weight. People were like, this is, for the money, this is a really, really good TV. If you had this much money, this is better. If you had this much money, but at this price point, there's just nothing that gets anywhere close to this one. I was like, cool. So I was looking for one. I was hoping to pay somewhere around £1,100, and I kept comparing it to other TVs on Amazon. And then eventually they sent me an email saying, we've got a deal for you. I was like, okay, what is it? Is it like a fucking toothbrush for like £6 or something? The Sony Q60R, 55 inch, the one you've been looking at. I was like, yeah, £645. And I was like, fuck, yeah, all right, and yeah, go for it. I'll fucking buy that. And yeah, that was, I don't know, probably, fuck, I don't even know. It was probably about fucking 10 years ago, maybe 9 years ago. And yeah, it's, yeah, obviously looking at the screen now, and if I look at the preview on OBS of Disco Elysium, when I look like compare like 1-to-1, I can see that this monitor's better, but that TV is not, the brightness and the contrast, I've turned it down a little bit because I'm used to, you know, I like a more muted color on the TV. I could make it pop more, but I don't want to. But yeah, it's been an absolute gem.
So I said I was going to the map room.
But yeah, it does 120 hertz at, I think it does 120 hertz at 1440p, but it can't do 120 hertz at 60. You can't do 120 hertz at 4K. You can only do 60 hertz at 4K, which is, you know, not the end of the world. Let's be honest. You know, when I bought it, I only had a PlayStation, and I was like, 4K 60 doesn't even happen on PlayStation. So, you know, 1080p, 1440p 60 is about as close as it's going to get.
In the bunkers,
so yeah.
Like the weakest of the weak. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
QLED has nothing to do with OLED, not even cheaper. It's nowhere near OLED. QLED is a standard LED backlit TV with quantum dot panel. Has better colors, but the contrast won't be any better. QD OLED is quantum dot panel with OLED backlight. The quantum dot layer can have purple hue in bright lit rooms, but in dark rooms, QD OLED is just as good as a normal OLED. Yeah, I mean, this one, like I say, this one doesn't have any of the purple haze. Although, I mean, looking at the grey, like the reflection of me looks a little bit reddish, but yeah, it's I don't think that's think that might just be because it's trying to create grey.
Airships.
But
I climbed out into
yeah,
hell.
in terms of banding,
The landing was complete.
can't see anything.
The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed.
But yeah, because it's an LED screen, the refresh rate could be a little bit better.
And then you see
And it was quite, again,
as it
screens are so
strangles and
complicated.
beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Because yeah, the 50-inch version of this TV doesn't do 120 hertz, but the 55-inch does. For some reason, it being 5 inches bigger, yeah. So yeah, that was the one to go for. They said, yeah, you can get 120 hertz and 1440p or 1080p on that TV at that size, but if you get the smaller one, it's 60 hertz for both. And I was like, that's a bit weird. And they're like, yeah, but for gaming, it's a nice little upgrade because the PlayStation, the PlayStation 4 was what I had at the time, and yeah, that was like 900p, 60 FPS at best. They said if the PlayStation 5 can do 1440 or 1080p 120, then yeah, that TV will do it. And if the PlayStation 6 can do 4K 60, that TV will do it. So you'll be okay for the next few years. And I was like, okay, that makes sense.
That the bourgeois
yeah.
are not.
But I've been really chuffed with that TV. It's a fucking good little TV. Although 55 inches isn't little, but yeah, it's been a really good TV, that one. It's not too thick, doesn't stick out from the wall too far. It's a matte finish screen, which QFIT says is quite rare, but yeah, it's a matte finish screen. But yeah, it's nice and flat. Got a nice sort of, timid bezel. Doesn't have like any gaudy sort of like colors or flares or anything. It's just a nice simple black border. So yeah, it doesn't stick out too much. And yeah, it's been an absolute gem. Played many games on it.
I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore.
Ron Swanson. Sony Bravia 8 too, still good. Yeah, I mean, like I say, that if you get a Bravia at almost any time when you're out buying a new TV, the Bravia will be a good bet. It might not be statistically the best TV out there, but if you want a good TV, the Bravias are almost always. I've never sat in front of a Bravia at my friend's house or whatever and not been impressed. I've always been like, damn, that's a nice TV, And I think that's what Sony does. Is they have that version of something. But yeah, obviously, Samsung and a few others, they've caught up since in terms of screen technology. But yeah, for a while, it used to be Trinitron, and now it's Bravia.
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing.
Yeah, I mean,
against the whole world.
The thing about modern TVs is they're like fucking like this thick, right? Like even at like the very base, my TV is like this thick, and it sort of like tapers off pretty quickly. So there just isn't enough room for speakers. So you kind of always have to add speakers. However, this Q60R is the other side of the room, and I hear everything clear as day. It's the speakers. I almost boxed it in to make it like fit flush with like a channel on the wall. But now the speakers come out at the bottom, and yeah, it works. It works really well. And obviously, it's designed to sit on a glass tabletop. The glass TV stands. I've got one down there, but it's designed to obviously sit on top of a glass or a firm wooden tabletop, because the speakers come out like downwards, and that bounces the sound towards you. It's pretty clever because the speakers are angled like that, rather than trying to put speakers on the side or the bottom facing forwards. It's like the speakers come downwards. and it bounces off whatever it hits and goes towards the viewer. It does work. Like, you can hear it from across the room.
Military called it Operation Death Blow. I later found out.
1.38 inches, yeah.
They called it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, mine's probably only about 2 inches, so yeah. The girls aren't very impressed. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, the depth of the TV is like, it's fucking nothing. It's crazy thin, but yeah. LG C9 has legit good speakers, but you can only use the foots that come with it because the foot is designed to direct the sound. Yeah, similar, yeah. Mine's similar. It's got these feet that screw onto the back of it that come down, and then they go out in like a little fork, and they're sort of like angled outwards to make it stable. But yeah, the speakers are, but obviously your one's got the ones that are like, I don't think, like I've seen ones that you bolt on and they curl round, and if you don't use them, like, you just can't hear the TV. Whereas mine, it relies on it being, so mine relies on being on a table, but I've got it mounted on the wall, but the table's still there, so it still works. But yeah,
Blow. You're one of them.
slope, yeah.
Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
But I did do an install once with some friends. This person had a 60-inch TV, and the speakers, they had these custom, like, framed art prints that were speakers. Like, they had to be mounted so that they were floating, and they had like a fixture, so just like the TV. So we put a batten across the whole thing, and then we buried it behind some plasterboard. And so we could do all the cables, we could hide all the cables because they were paying us quite a lot. But this person had money. But yeah, we said if we board the wall out and give ourselves like maybe 2 inches, so it's going to be 2 inches closer, but your viewing angle should be fine. That means we can hide all the cables completely. There'll be no cables visible. The TV and the 2 paintings will be there, and there'll be no cables whatsoever. And they're like, "Can you do that?" We're like, yeah, of course we can. We did, but yeah, we didn't know that we could, but we just said we could. But yeah. But yeah, this person had these fucking paintings that were speakers, like they vibrated to create the sound. So there were no speakers in the room, but the TV was really fucking loud. But we had to make sure that we measured and made sure these 2 paintings were exactly the same distance apart, and the center line of the TV was the center line of those 2. Otherwise, you can't balance them. But yeah, it was fucking really cool. The speakers were just like paintings, and you could get custom prints to stick on the front. But the speakers were actually like built into these paintings that would like vibrate and create the sound. It was, I think they were like a couple of grand each. It was not cheap. But yeah, when we were finished and we got the wallpaper on there and then put the TV up, put the speakers up there, the painting speaker things up there, we looked at it and we were like, yeah, it looks incredibly clean, like really clean. You can't see anything. And we plugged in every single port on the back of the TV and just ran cables down to the floor. So we could box them in and hide them. So there was like a little panel they could pull out if they wanted. And obviously if they wanted to plug something in, all the cables were there. So you didn't have to go behind it because it was all sort of tidied up. But yeah, it looked really fucking nice afterwards, but it was expensive. But yeah, I've seen like you can get speakers that don't look like speakers, because that's the only unfortunate thing is you got a nice TV, you got to put some speakers somewhere. Suddenly you need more shelves and everything else. And you got to run wires to them. And it's like, it's a bit messy, but yeah.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people death blow? Iblis.
Iblis. Some Bowers and Wilkins 800 series is an audio file. Yeah, like, I know that my friend got an old CRT, Bang & Olufsen CRT TV, and the remote is solid metal. It's like the most robust thing I've ever held. And the TV can rotate on its stand, so you can sit in different parts of the room and it will turn towards you. But the speakers on this TV, I mean, it's a CRT, so it's like 640p max, right? But the speakers on this fucking Bang & Olufsen TV, oh, man, like, every now and again, like, you understand what people say, what they mean when they say a wall of noise or, like, filling the room. This TV, when we were watching, like, a DVD or something on, like, you know, the 2-1 channel, it was, the sound was just everywhere. It saturated the room with sound because the speakers were just really chunky and also really high quality.
The black-eyed angel.
So yeah, they are, you know, they're expensive, but yeah, when it comes to like providing you with the best viewing experience, they don't fuck around, you know.
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Sportsbit is trying to get rid of some Danish-made Jammo 507As. Bang & Olufsen, true Danish quality. Yeah, I mean, basically every single product I've ever seen or interacted with this Bang & Olufsen, I've been impressed with. You know, and we used to have a Bang & Olufsen store where I live, but it's closed down now. But yeah, every now and again I'd look in the window and see like a TV that's got this really weird like Art Nouveau kind of flowing organic looking leg stand thing that makes it just float in the air, and it was like a piece of art. It was like perfectly straight, boxed, like polished steel edges, and then like this really organic like connection, and then like there's these legs that came forward and balanced it out. And yeah, I think it was like £16,000. I was like, yeah, that's ridiculous. But yeah, it looked really cool. But you know, at the same time, I don't know, 16 grand seems way too much for anything display wise.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone
We had a
steals
fortune one of these
vegetables,
floor speakers. They have also a
supplies.
B&O CD
It's
player
the
with double
life of a
CD
dog.
players. One with the old CRT with the rotating stand. You can rotate. Yeah. That's the one that my friend had. He got it second hand somewhere. Someone didn't know what it was. He was like, yeah, 120 quid. He was like, yeah, sure. I'll take it for 120 quid. And then, yeah, we cleaned it and we watched it for a little while. And they were like, yeah, we're going to have to sell it. He was like, oh. We're going to have to sell it. So he sold it to somebody for like £2 grand.
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
Kuno's dad has this shit. Wine belly. The cops can take care of this, right? Medicine shit. With, like, facilities.
Can you get a permit? No. Yeah, sure. Hang on. No. This one was... The one that my friend had was, like, a bit more boxy. It was all black as well. That one looks really cool. Yeah, it was a CRT. So, yeah, I think it was... Oh, yeah. That's the one. Yeah. So, oh, is it just black? Okay. I thought it was a bit more boxy than that. I thought it was a bit more, like, deep. And I remember it had, like, a... It did have the rounded front screen as well. But yeah. 3 racks. But yeah. There's only one TV, chat. There's only one TV. There's only one TV. There's only one TV that I would ever... It is the Holy Grail. The Sony High-Vision Muse was a 16:9 1080p 60 hertz CRT TV, and yeah, it's just, yeah, it's the best. It's literally the best TV of any old retro gaming. It's the best TV. I've never seen one in the wild, but I'd love to, because yeah, 16:9 1080p, but it's CRT, so you get all the benefits of CRT. All the connectivity of CRT, like the old connections that game consoles use. 1080p over like I think it's like maybe a 42 inch screen, but it's 16:9, which is quite rare for CRTs.
I need to die.
Yeah, that's the Holy Grail.
Have medical
Maybe one day.
facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Need to buy a laser disc if you're getting that. Yeah, this thing, I swear, it was like a boxy sort of like CRT TV, and it was more sort of like enclosed, like the screen had like a piece of glass in front of it. I don't know if it was a solid piece of glass or if it was just a sheet that went over the front. And then it was kind of a bit more sort of deep, but it would turn. And obviously it had a bit more space for like some decent speakers. I'm sure that one's got good speakers as well. But yeah, like I say, we were watching a DVD, and because it was like the maximum it could do was 640p, so DVD was perfect. But yeah, DVD audio was still like so good.
I have been running out of that stuff. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno? No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round.
I want to see what Silent Hill 2 plus shader glass to make it look like a CRT TV, but with this contrast ratio. I want to play Silent Hill 2 at 4K, but with a CRT filter that's as accurate as possible, with some bloom and some scan lines and stuff, and see if it looks like I remember it. Because I reckon this screen has the contrast ratio and the resolution to mimic like what an old CRT TV looked like. Because that's where we're getting to now. When you get a display that is so detailed that you can mimic the flaws in the pixel array of an old screen, so it looks like basically with all the pixels are blurred and have the same bloom and the same grid array that existed on like a 640p screen back in the day, but you're looking at it on a 4K screen, representing it by making some of the pixels distorted with a shader. You can get kind of close because the analog pocket can mimic the Game Boy, the DMG Game Boy. The original Game Boy had like a really basic screen, but that meant the battery life was a lot longer. And yeah, it obviously had like ghosting and it had like pixel. You could see the pixel grid because it was so low resolution. But yeah, the screen in the analog pocket is so high resolution, it can render a group of pixels as one pixel, and it can have the outline of the pixel array like the screen had, and it can ghost the same way because it's got more shades of grey. And you know, it's obviously a full color screen, so it can do whatever the fuck it wants basically. But yeah, like I've seen demonstrations of like a real Game Boy, and then they play the ROM on like an analog pocket, and it looks, all of the flaws are there, so it looks exactly the same, which is really sort of heartwarming.
I didn't have partisan training.
HLD XO for playing Laserdisc, big as fuck. Yeah, well, the Laserdisc was big as fuck, right? Speaking of Resident Evil 2, played that last night on N64. Because the Resident Evil 2 port on N64 is often referred to as one of like the most impressive ports, because like all of the video and audio that fit on a PlayStation disc, that had to be like mega compressed to fit inside an N64 cartridge back then. Cartridges had nowhere near the storage. But what's funny is now, like SD media, like I don't know what format the Switch and the Switch 2 use, but I imagine it's fairly adjacent to SD media. Yeah, you can get way more on a little memory card than you can on a disc these days. Back in the day, yeah, the PlayStation 1, you could get like full video, like full 30 hertz video and audio, like, you know, 16-bit audio on a disc as a video to play between levels. Yeah, it did change the game.
What was it like?
The cutscenes between levels and stuff, it was like, yeah.
A little hope. They needed to snuff it out. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forberg,
50 of them.
even Coron, and Boogie.
Such a go-to company back in the day, old Pioneer TV2, Pioneer Plasma TV.
Kips have
Yeah.
off coursing in their veins.
So I had a 50-inch plasma TV from Samsung, and it was, yeah, I love that TV. It was a lot chunkier than the one I've got now. Really fucking heavy, and obviously a giant, great big glass screen on the front. It wasn't, you know, it had its limitations, but yeah, it had like a SCART port, it had like component ports and everything. It had a bunch of old connectivity. And when I got this TV, I gave my plasma TV to my parents, and they didn't like it, so they put it in the spare room, and then eventually they said they were going to get rid of it. Like, do you want it? And I was like, nah, I don't think I do. And then I remembered it had all the ports on the back, and I was like, oh, I should have just said yes and just left it in the garage. Because, yeah, it would have been handy to have for retro games, but
And others too.
silly me.
Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies.
One thing I noticed after I got a headset for the PlayStation is how compressed the Bloodborne audio is. Like, legit sounds awful. Really? I don't know. I mean, I think the voice acting is really clear, and the music is really clear, and you can hear like the audio and sound effects over the boss music. So I don't know if it's compressed. Really? I've never heard anyone mention the quality of the audio in
At
Bloodborne,
night,
but I've never
I used a dinghy.
personally heard.
I only went after
I mean-
dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground.
I'm trying to think.
Patrols, you lot, the commons.
Sounds fine on a TV, but not good on a headset. Are you sure it's not the headset? Googled it to make sure.
From bunker to bunker.
Yeah, I've never really.
Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town.
Yeah, they
if I
all use the
wanted.
same headset.
I just...
Yeah, like I've played the game numerous times, and I've never felt like I've played games before, and I was like, yeah, they've over compressed the audio here, but.
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Others praise the overall soundscape and dynamic composition. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of all the videos I've watched about people, like, you know, doing video essays or doing a critical analysis, or just in general, people playing Bloodborne, like all the content, I've never heard anyone mention the audio before. Piss off, you mouldy sustrami. Reminds me, because they're deaf as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. What about the other Souls games, like on PlayStation?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Well, they can't speak.
I know. Sleeping. Some nights, ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
I'm not sure on PlayStation. I only played Dark Souls 3 on PC, and that was good. Yeah, because I'd like to know, because I mean, I played Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1, Elden Ring. I played all of them on PlayStation, and yeah, audio, I've never really, you know, and I don't know like a lot about audio, but I am reasonably sensitive to bad audio. Like when I hear something that's compressed or overly tinny or overly boxy or overly muddy, but yeah, I've never really felt that when playing Bloodborne or Dark Souls 2 or 1 or 3 or Sekiro or Elden Ring. So yeah. And if they weren't, they are meant to replace the tea bags anyway. Excuse me. Complimentary tea
They
bags.
stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too.
Can't still if it's going to be
Make
replaced.
broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if the audio that if it's fine coming out of a TV, but it sounds bad on a headset. Is there something that needs to be changed on the headset to make it sort of, you know, because you get audio profiles. This is one thing. Like people are like, oh, the audio in this game fucking sucks. I'm like, yeah, well, you've got it on like this setting. You've got these kind of speakers, or you've got this kind of headphone. You want to have it on this setting. They're like, oh, that sounds way better. I'm like, yeah, because you've got a headset that has certain kind of speakers in it that are a certain shape and size. They're going to perform better at certain ranges.
A lot of our boys did.
But yeah,
Spent some winters there. Never liked it.
but you say it
Kept
sounds
thinking
fine on the
about
TV, which is strange.
No need to.
Because yeah,
go
I've never really,
underground
I've never really
anymore.
used a headset to listen to
It's
Bloodborne.
better in the ruins, on the ground.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Headset, sorry. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you search anything, you're going to find people talking about it. But yeah, I'd be more inclined to check the audio settings of the headset. It sounds to me like the headset is the game and the headset are trying to do different things with the sound, and there'll be like an audio profile or 3D audio on or 3D audio off, and suddenly it will sound fine. Because I've had that with other headsets with other games as well. But yeah. TV speakers are awful when it comes out as one big mess. On a headset I can hear the fine details. Okay. Yeah, it's strange. I've never heard anybody criticize the audio of Blood, like literally, and I've spoken to hundreds of people about Bloodborne. I've never heard anyone criticize the audio. It's strange.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity.
Yeah, okay.
who
Whatever.
took this
Whatever.
City.
We'll just agree to disagree.
I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce monde. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer.
£100 hotel room.
No superiors can
Yeah,
relieve me
with
of my
tea
duty.
making
You
facilities,
bulldoze
right?
them all
You mean a
to
kettle?
mass grave for
There's a
trying
kettle in
to
the room.
free humanity.
Do you know what's really scummy, right? The fucking hotel rooms, right, where they give you a plug socket where you can plug stuff in, but they've built a desk that's so high you can't get a plug in, so you don't use the electricity. And I was like, so fucking scummy. And then the TV, sometimes you can plug something into the TV socket, but then you can't turn the TV on, right? But sometimes the TV socket is like hidden behind a panel in the wall, so you can't even plug into it. It's like, oh my God. But a lot of modern TVs have a USB port on it that you can plug a phone into, but yeah.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Not calling Alfred on the country estate. Oh, yeah.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
My pig asked you a question. Quit spazzing out and tell him about the...
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly, then another tremor.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
Yeah, like this is the thing. Like I say, like in my experience is as someone that has played Bloodborne watched probably 50 different video essays, spoken to probably somewhere in the region of 50 to 100 people in various different capacities about Bloodborne. Nobody has ever mentioned compressed audio. That's not to say your experience is invalid, but in my experience, the fact that it sounds fine on the TV but sounds compressed in the headset, I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts are on the Bloodborne soundtrack being played at high bitrate on Spotify versus how it sounds in the game, because that would be a good test. But I don't want to go into it. Like, to be honest, it's not a question that I have like any skin in the game on. Like,
It's a farce.
never really experienced the audio feeling compressed, and that TV's got pretty good speakers. But yeah, I've watched videos with headphones on before, and yeah, I've just never experienced it. But yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. This is the thing, is that if you've got a headset, there's like, again, in my experience, like so many times, I've come across like a headset, one of the headsets that exists, and a game, and an audio driver of some sort, and it just doesn't. But then when you play that game on a different sound card with the right headset, it sounds like absolutely amazing. But we've obviously moved past that. We have like generalized audio compression settings and frameworks and handshakes for wireless devices and everything. But yeah, if it sounds really compressed and bad on a Sony headset, when it's basically a Sony game on a Sony console, I've never heard of that before. But then again, people haven't been playing Bloodborne with the Sony Pulse. Is it called the Pulse headset? They haven't been playing on that for quite some time, because obviously Bloodborne's been out for such a long time. So I'm not too sure. But yeah, obviously I know a bunch of speedrunners and challenge runners in Bloodborne, and they might have used a headset in the past. So I'll ask them. But yeah, nobody has ever mentioned that the audio is really compressed and bad. It's just not a criticism I've heard before. Not to say it isn't valid, but yeah, just never heard of it before.
I've used it for killing people.
Yeah, because 3D audio will definitely have an effect. Sometimes a good effect, but sometimes a bad effect from what I've read. But I don't have a 3D capable headset, so yeah. And to be good on the game doesn't have audio settings further than turning it up and down. Tested with Bloodborne, and it sounds much better after turning off 3D audio. Before, audio got sounding compressed and of low quality. Yeah. There's any problem there, not to shit sound design, but something to get the audio on something it's not made for. Yeah, I mean, maybe it was just never made for headsets, but the thing is, you could get... There are headsets for the PlayStation 4. Like, there are numerous headsets for the PlayStation 4 of varying quality, so...
Even the kid can smell it.
Killing people? Like, straight offing them?
Yeah, I mean, the settings in Souls games are traditionally pretty scarce, you know? I mean, Dark Souls 2 had quite an advanced little settings menu that had some options and stuff. And I think Dark Souls 3's got a few, but yeah. Bloodborne, you've got, like, you know... Fortunately, you've got, like, dialogue volume, and then you've got other volume. So you can turn the music up or down if you want, but yeah. You wouldn't want to turn the music down, to be honest.
You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that.
Lemons, welcome in. Sweetest Lemons, it's lovely to see you. How's it going? Thank you so much for redeeming your daily bread. I appreciate that. Yes, I hope you're doing well, Lemons. Good to see you. I only found one of two forums saying what you two are saying, and then multiple saying the opposite. Yeah, this is it. The thing is, right, so let me just clarify, and this is not aimed at anybody in chat, but let me just clarify. Audio and audio quality, compression, bitrate, sound... Audio has got to be one of the most subjective and divisive subjects of anything. Like, when it comes to anything, color grading, composition, game mechanics, doesn't matter. Audio has always been one of those things that some people will disagree about forever. You know, from fucking Betamax versus VHS to fucking to vinyl versus cassette tape, reel to reel, 8-track. To, you know, cassette tapes to CDs to whatever, FLAC, free lossless audio codec, to fucking high bitrate MP3 to whatever, like, you know, LDAC or DAC or whatever the fuck it's called. There's so many different ways that people choose to listen to things, and there are people that will, pay me to remove components from the amplifier in their stereo system, right? And put secondhand, scavenged, recycled components, capacitors, valves, all sorts of other stuff, because they swear blind that amp with those specific components, the capacitors and everything, sounds better once you've warmed it up and left it to warm up, and you turn it on and leave it to warm up, whatever. They swear it sounds better. So I'm taking a perfectly good capacitor, perfectly good resistors, perfectly good fuses and stuff off of the board to put in this other stuff, doing a test to show the resistance in ohms and the sort of various other sort of metrics you can do with a multimeter to prove the connection is sound, so that they pay me, because they swear blind that amp sounds better with those specific capacitors. And I'm like, okay, whatever, man. If you're going to pay me 250 quid for an afternoon's work, okay, whatever, if you want screenshots or photographs of me doing a test with a multimeter on every single one to prove they're all the exact same ohmage and capacity and everything, fine, whatever. But yeah, audio is one of those things. People with guitars, people with stereo systems, they're very, 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 very specific about what they like. And sometimes there has been no logical reason why I'm doing what I'm doing when I'm fixing audio equipment. And it's just one of those, but yeah.
Kill people.
Average gamer is not an audio phone. Most people sit on Twitch and say the audio is fine when it has a 0.5 second delay compared to the video. They literally don't care what other random people say because other random people are average, not smart. Yeah, no, the audio quality on Twitch is terrible. This is the thing, is that this microphone is capable of capturing incredibly good audio. And the Shure SM7B, that's the one above, this is an MV7, but the Shure SM7B is capable of capturing incredibly detailed audio. People buy it for Twitch, and they don't make YouTube content. They just stream on Twitch. And you realize that microphone is you're only capturing 20% of what that microphone can do. Because people look at a sort of mid-range microphone, they're like, oh, it's not that good. I'm like, yeah, but the audio quality on Twitch isn't that good. It's 320 kilobits a second at best. You could probably put it higher than that, but I don't even think Twitch would allow it. 320 is the highest you get. And bear in mind, 320 needs to be for the game, for the microphone, for all your alert sounds. Everything has to go together. So, yeah, I think the vertical stream to save resources is on 128 kilobits a second. So it's not high quality audio. But yeah, I think what you're saying, Killfish, is when there's a delay where somebody's talking and there's a slight delay, I think that's when they've got the audio quality too high, and that creates a bit of an encoder lag. And I think that's why. I don't know if that happens here, but I think I've got mine on 264 kilobits a second rather than 320. Try and optimize it a little bit, but yeah. But yeah, we don't have to get into a big argument about it, yeah, but yeah. Messaging Miyazaki right now, and I'm asking him how shit the audio is. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I won't go into this now, but it has made me think. Hold on for just one moment, chat. The thing is, FSB, have I got anything that can decompress that? The thing is, I do have Bloodborne, in its entirety, plus the 1.09 patch that I copied from the Game of the Year edition. So I don't know whether the version of Bloodborne matters. I don't know whether the digital version that you download, because I don't think you probably didn't go out and buy a disc version, right, of Bloodborne. You probably just downloaded it off the store. But yeah, I'd be interested because the thing is, there might be people saying it's compressed and shit because of the version of Bloodborne they have does have compressed shit audio for some reason. But if you buy a disc version or a certain version, the Game of the Year or the release version or whatever, there's different iterations of the same ROM out there. Maybe one of them has better audio, I'm not too sure. But yeah, Downloaded, yes. Yeah. I doubt there's a difference. I'd like to see the file size of the ROM versus the downloaded version versus the disc version, because that's quite a common thing. It's quite common that the downloaded version of a game will either have lower quality assets to start with, and then they get replaced with better assets as you're playing the game. In the background it's downloaded, but I don't know if that's how it works on PlayStation. But when you install stuff off a disc, sometimes later on when they do a big patch to fix a bunch of stuff, they also include audio files, because this game, some of the audio files have changed in their volume, like they're much louder or much quieter, because they've obviously fucked something up in patching it. So yeah, it does happen. The audio does change after release, and obviously I'm playing a much earlier version of the game. I mean, on the PlayStation I'm playing the most up-to-date version, but the version on the PC I'm playing like the release version. So yeah. Not saying it's impossible, but I doubt it. Yeah. Anyway, we've got an ad break coming, so I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen in a moment. But yeah, no, I understand. Obviously, audio is a very, very subjective thing. But yeah, it's just I've spoken to people that are heavily critical of Bloodborne. Like, they're very critical, and this is what I mean. Like, I love it. People don't love it, and they think I just love it because it's popular. But I explain categorically and I articulate why I love it. And all they can do is then reiterate their criticisms, because they can't argue with what I've said. But yeah, a few times people have said, like, oh yeah, the combat is bad because this, and the limited blood vials is bad because this, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I can see why I've never heard anybody criticize the audio before, because the soundtrack is so fucking banging, and all the sounds of the weapons transforming, it's all like really fucking good. But yeah, I'll read into it a bit more, because yeah, that's the other thing. Sometimes it's the headset, sometimes it's the version of the game. Because Silent Hill 2, another incredibly popular game, there's audio in that people don't like, that some people don't mind. But yeah, anyway, the ad break's playing. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. But there is something up there that I want, so I will go. I can just jump up here now. Cool. Game? Really? I mean, game, really? Please.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
This is how you end
Fuck.
adventures.
Fuck.
To ensure I never see
I think we fucking did it. Brad, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. Oh, no, no. Fucking hell. I almost fucking let it go there. I stopped paying attention. Never do that. Never do that.
Bruh.
my daughter!
Come to this. Jesus.
Fuck me, dude. Fucking hell.
Just a flesh wound.
Is there a face? Oh shit, okay. Okay. Oh, he's got Ciri's sword.
Is it done?
Yes.
It's her.
Did he believe you?
I have no idea.
Sit down. What? Am I stuck inside a box? Am I stuck in... Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Your attacker was a former student. The two teenage boys have been taken to hospital with severe injuries. Third person who was injured, with the extent of their injuries remaining unclear at this stage. I hope everybody's okay. All I see is that there are wounded. The extent of the wounds are not stated. And news source you're using. Check local news more reliable. You don't know Swedish. Yeah, I mean, you can get translations these days, right? Browsers can translate websites for you. It's pretty useful.
Lately, after the war.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking of was some in-ear monitors or inner ear monitors. You can get like monitor studio level quality in-ear headphones that have like a nice like thing that wraps around. And apparently for gaming they're better. So because obviously that headset's it's not uncomfortable, but you can tell that it's on your head, and the fact that it's wireless, you know, because obviously when the console's the other side of the room, it makes sense.
So
but I'm right next to the PC. I could have a cable and it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
like 30% wrong. Might have their own translation page. Yeah, this is the trouble as well, is that if you mistranslate something on a website that might not be 100% true to begin with,
Like battery.
you're like, there's two layers of potential sort of
Something
misleading information there, right? But yeah.
But this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those.
Translation from Sweden to English is kind of mad because of how Swedes write Swedish. It's like how English people talk. Something. Yeah, it might get some stuff wrong, yeah. This is it.
Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
But yeah, there were a few websites where you could get drivers for certain devices that were all in Korean and all in Japanese and all in Chinese, but then like browsers started having translators that made it so it wasn't perfect, but I knew that I could find, you know, cameras, this Canon, this particular model, you know, and then I could find the driver for it. Whereas before it was all just Chinese. There was nothing in English at all, so I had no idea what I was clicking on.
Don't mess this up.
Yeah.
Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Evening magazine for anyone interested. Let me do my fake news. To the devil's tongue.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque
Enjoy your daddy bread, Rainbow?
murderer.
Tiger, sorry.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
The who now? Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him? Fucking tell this cop.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
But yeah, speaking of Dark Souls games and modifying them and the sort of files and everything, and translation, there's what's called a poorly translated mod, where they've like translated it to multiple different languages or just two languages back and forth. And yeah, it means that like things slowly change what they are over time. So you find an item and it's not like, you know, it's not like the crest of a fallen hero or something. It's like the wheel from a fucking factory or something. It's just, it's all completely random. It's like randomized text.
Something about the tracks. Suddenly,
But
all those tracks are so
yeah, it comes up with some pretty funny names
Go
for
with
stuff.
something else first.
But also, I was watching somebody doing a Resident Evil Requiem randomizer the other day, and it randomizes all of the voice lines as well. So the closed caption subtitles at the bottom, well, they're not closed caption, but just the subtitles in general. The subtitles at the bottom say something completely different to what the character actually says. So, like, they'll pick something up, and it will say, like, "You're a stubborn weed, aren't you?" And it's like, that's not the voice line whatsoever, but that's what the subtitle shows. It's pretty funny.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
He's practically admitting to it. Just one thing. The rifle does not have a scope.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
My Sennheisers literally just disappear when you put them on. Like, yeah, so light, it fits perfectly. And it's like, yeah, we're Sennheisers, aren't they? Poorly translated from the start. Japanese version is way different. The Souls games have had a few translations that don't quite make sense. But that's one thing. That's another thing that I've noticed as well, is that the first English translation, the subtitles I saw for Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion, they referred to certain things in a certain way, and then they did a voice acting. They did a voiceover. They did dubs for those subtitles, right? They converted the subs to dubs with a studio of some sort in England, right? So suddenly Shinji had a voice that was in English and everything, and everyone else did, of course. But then, a long, long time afterwards, Amazon acquired the property and they re-released it, and they redid the voice acting. And rather than saying like the first child or the second child or the third child, they said the fifth children, or the first children, and they called it the Lance of Longinus rather than the Lance of Longinus. And I was like, there were a few things they changed, and I was like, that's a bit weird, because it sounds really fucking weird. But I remember the first dubs I heard, it wasn't all of the episodes. Like, I started watching it, and it was only up to a certain season, and it changed over to Japanese on one of the episodes in, like, you know, not seasons, but sorry, one of the episodes. So it wasn't all the episodes. Sorry, I'm fucking massively confused here. I think like after episode like maybe 6 or 7, it changed back to the Japanese voice acting with the subtitles. But the tone of voice of Shinji's dad had changed, and you don't hear him speak that often. And yeah, I heard them speak, and I was like, why does his voice sound really fucked up? But it's because I was hearing the tone of voice being different, but he was speaking a different accent. It was a different person. I was really fucking spun out by it. So yeah, if you do ever come across, it won't happen these days because they almost always do an English dub as well, and they almost always do it from the day one, and they always get it right. They used to fuck it up. They used to misinterpret things back in the day. But yeah, it's so fucking jarring to hear the tone of voice change. And I was so used to reading subtitles that I didn't even register that I wasn't hearing the words being spoken. I was reading the subtitles and hearing the tone of voice and putting them together because I was so used to doing that.
He lost it.
But yeah, it was obviously the Japanese voice actor that had slightly different tone of voice, inflections and stuff. But yeah, because it became American, Americans ruin it. Yeah, it was really weird. But the films, they sort of put the whole series, this whole season, they put the whole thing into 3 films. They sort of grouped episodes together into like a film length and sort of re-recorded some of it. And yeah, it was kind of interesting to see it sort of again, because there was a rebirth of Evangelion where they sort of like tidied up a lot of the animation and made it a lot nicer and everything. They upscaled it a little bit. But yeah, any excuse to watch it again, you know. But it has been a year or two, so I might rewatch.
Right. You have worms in your brain.
But yeah, I remember like getting hold of a decent quality copy of Trigun and a decent quality copy of Cowboy Bebop and a decent quality copy of all the episodes of Evangelion with the English dub, and I was like, fuck man, look how much detail there is that I just didn't even know was there. I was like, oh shit, I can actually read that sign. It actually does say the name of the high school and everything. Before it was so blurry because they were like fucking 240p or 360p video files that were like all bunched together onto a CD, a burnable CD.
Got nothing to say about that boomstick, huh? You choking? That's the stick that did it.
Yes, it's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Yeah, I'm killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
You let them all die. Pranced around. Let your little friend... Who are you trying to prove this to, huh? Your friend. He's not here. He's dead. Murder.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit. Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size. Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Sire.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The kid gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
Bet you've been sneaking around a lot. Hidden. Know any secret paths? Kuno knows paths.
I may. Clausia.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground, moaning
I hope
with
you did,
joy.
Hope you get done whatever it is you're going to try and get done.
When a company-trained killer dies, I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Go over that for best results.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate.
Thanks,
Not
Tiger.
when they die by the hundreds. Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Reversham. I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whole.
So much
I
grass.
was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger
Yeah, and like
flew on the air until I
I see people that do a
landed
crisscross
in
pattern and they create these diamonds in like different grades, or like it's just pushed down. So it's a lot of effort, but yeah.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face.
We'll catch you next time, Tiger.
And his dick.
Hope the moaning goes well.
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning, there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it.
A roller to
anyway.
create the stripes or squares. Oh, you need a roller, okay.
Spring here.
Yeah, I've seen
I knew the fascists
some of
would
them
come to avenge their own.
have like a pull handle, like a handle, and then there's like a little sort of smaller handle you pull towards you. And yeah, there's a roller that pulls it along so you don't have to push it. And I was like, damn, that's pretty fucking clever. You have to put petrol in it, which is pretty expensive. But yeah, it was a really fucking old thing, but it weighed a fucking ton. Took two of us to carry it into the back garden from the van. But yeah, then it was just, and then you turn it and just, yeah. It was,
Fucking hell.
yeah, it just fucking pushed itself along. Hopefully the fucking handle never got stuck on, but yeah.
Yes.
Now, a motive. You still need a motive. The confession alone isn't enough. He could say he was taking a fall for someone. Insane. Coerced. It's useless in court without a motive. Don't mess this up. Coax it out of him. He's still warm. They were fucking.
I'm always looking.
Powered wheels, normal. Really? Yeah. I mean, over here, like the sort of like the cheap basic one is like just a motor that has like a plastic shell that sort of like curls at the bottom, and the blade is just there, and you just, and I think the blade also has like a slight kind of fan effect to sort of lift it up off the ground a little bit. But yeah, you just sort of push it around. But they quite often come with a cable that ends up getting caught and cut up. But yeah.
You always creeping on people through your scope like that?
When you drive in one direction, the grass is going to have different shine compared to it. Yeah, because it flattens it in a certain way. Yeah.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Yeah, I've been to some golf courses, and like the fairway is like, yeah, it's the fairway's the fairway. It's not perfect, but then the green where you putt, it's like when you bend down to pick up your ball, you just rub it, and it's like a really sort of tightly knit carpet. It's, yeah.
And if you don't like what you see,
Click.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Old lawnmower was without an engine, and the blades were a rolling cylinder, the same using the golf courses. They're really short. Yeah, it's just like a spiral, like blade thing, and you just have to keep going backwards, and then you have to fucking sweep up all the fucking, or blow all the fucking shavings off. Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him.
In the water.
But yeah,
She
like
had
it's
a bag
like
after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
That, too. The sun came up, and her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on. Right there. She needed it just to move.
What's interesting, right, is the F slur for gay people has been blocked out, right? And I don't think it was blocked out in the first version I played, but I think it's been blocked out since. But when they're referring to smoking a cigarette as FAGS, a cigarette as an FAG, they didn't block it out, which is interesting. They managed to catch that one.
Her passport and ticket to Riviere. And from there to Cachet.
I used to work at a horse riding school right next to a golf course in town. The golf course there is known in Denmark as one of the best. The king even sometimes secretly comes to play it. Really? Contextual, which is cool that they really... Yeah, it was cool that it's cool that they noticed, right? That when it's not a slur, it doesn't need to be blocked out.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden
Because the
away
joke
at
is,
the
when you're
edge of
going
the
outside
earth,
for a cigarette, someone will be like, I'm going to go outside for a fag, and then after I'm finished fucking him, I'm going to have a cigarette. But yeah, you shouldn't use it as a slur. But.
Yes, after she's gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually. No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to foul. Oh, I mean...
Hair from my haircut stuck in my skin, and it keeps propping itself up when I push my thumb against something. I'll fix that after stream.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating.
Mayor met with him and said, you come play golf here with me sometime, and the king went, oh, I've already been there secretly. Oh, I see. Remember when it was a joke about smoking an F? There's two different meanings. You're British, you have a ciggy. If you're American, you're getting arrested for murder. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You know.
I could see who she was.
But yeah, in America, when someone's like, I'm going to go to the shop and buy, I need some fags, I'm going to go to the shop, and all the American people were like, what did you just say?
Bagmen and arms.
Oh, no, you mean cigarettes. Oh, okay.
To do drugs and have sex like animals.
The bruises. Can you make that out in a scope? And the fact that she was a spook? How did he come to that?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged. Some sort of sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. You can't see that through a scope. It's just a blur there.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife, masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
With a clip-point knife. Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Swedish biblical stuff. They might tell we had some curse names for candy. Like a round chocolate ball with sprinkles is literally called the N-word ball. Yeah. Even said it in stores until 15 years ago. Yeah, we like meatballs. English meatballs are called F-A-G-G-E-T-S.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little
It's not quite the same word, but when you say it, I'm not going to say it out loud, but yeah.
Feel good. Funny the way light works.
It's not, yeah, exactly, yeah.
You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Yeah, the lightning gets shit going. Speed freaks fucking in the bushes.
He must know his way around the creaky floorboard.
We put this festival on for you bastards with a lot of love. And you want to break us? You want to tear our walls down? You can go to hell.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty. I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over. I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye.
Or was your message blocked? Can't even see the name of the country.
It's weakness. I know.
Well, yeah, Niger is a country, right? And yeah, it's spelt. I think there's one less G than the normal spelling of the other word that we won't say. But yeah, that reminds me that somebody was at a con somewhere and they said, if you say the N word with a hard R, I'll give you like $20. And this guy just walked up, grabbed the money and stared at him and just said it without even pausing. I was like, shit, man. People are fucked up. Yeah, arguably it should be. So yeah.
Yes. Over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes, the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you. Her.
Do you have that word as a contextual block? So if it said the auto mode will hold it for checking. You seen the Mexicans saying the N word in Harlem? Country should be named, should be blocked. The way you're about the country, I can allow it. What about people living there? Well, yeah, I think Niger is where Nigerians come from, I think. Or is that Nigeria? No, yeah, it's Nigeria is, yeah, so Nigerians come from Nigeria, right? And Niger is something else, but yeah. A Mexican black guy's like, oh yeah, Casca. It's something more Spanish, and they're super friendly. Banned Montenegro. It's fine, but not the African country. According to the Americans, Nigeria is not. Yes, yeah, they're different. Sorry. Fucking the ants are back. They went away, but the ants have come back. But yeah. Oh yeah, shit, Krill, be careful, dude. I know you're talking about a place, but you haven't capitalized. The first letter, so there would be one moment. There would be one moment. But yeah, it's strange. It's strange that it's strange that it didn't get caught there. But yeah, strange. Anyway,
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
and that's not how it's said. Yeah, I mean, it's close enough though, right? It's close enough. But
I know she's gone. Locked up, or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort, like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
We can totally get more out of him. He's squealing.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes.
spelled similar but pronounced
Rentals.
entirely different than Nigerian. John Coffin, man.
A strange little
Like the
engine
drink,
seems to
only
find
not spelt the
utterance.
same. Not
It's
spelt the
straight
same
to
at all.
back.
What a film, dudes. What a film.
The familiar pat 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 of hatred.
Didn't even think. No, it's a perfectly honest mistake, dude. And like I say, the auto mod didn't catch it, but just for the sake of, you know, I'll delete it just for the sake of it, just in case, you know, because you never know. You never know. The difficulty is when you've got platforms utilizing AI to scan everything, misconceptions that can get you like flags in the background that don't. It doesn't mean anything in the here and now. But then, you know, if something else happened and something else happened, they might say, well, yeah, somebody used this word in your chat on August 21st, 2026. And it might be like, you know, 6 years later. And I'd be like, right. And you're like, you didn't moderate it. You didn't delete it. You just left it. I'm like, did I? And I won't be able to remember. So if I delete it now and then we just have a conversation explaining that even though it's probably fine, I'm going to delete it for safety. That means it's deleted. I can say, well, yeah, I deleted it. You know, someone said it and I deleted it. I deleted the message. So, you know, obviously, you know, because that was the difficult thing was a while ago, a couple of years back, Discord changed their, they changed the policy whereby an entire channel would get made private where you couldn't access it anymore and you had to speak to Discord support to get it unlocked. And it was, if there was a significant amount of certain imagery that was all like scanned and flagged and terminology used in a Discord, it would automatically close the Discord and put it into like a stasis where nobody could access it. So what people would do is they would get an invite to a Discord, they would do whatever they needed to do, and then they would spam a chat, one of the sections, with just the most awful racist stuff, like all of the most horrible pictures, all of the most horrible sort of like copy pastas, using all sorts of slurs and everything. And that would set off this automatic, like, this is an echo chamber for racists, kill it. And that would, you know, and sometimes people would lose their channel, like it would be gone. They would ask them and say, yeah, we can see in this instance that those people had only been in the channel for blah, blah, blah. But because they did and because they were posting it, we have to close it down because of regulations, blah, blah, blah. No, we can't give the channel back. So they had to start their Discord channel again. I was like, fuck, it's fucked, you know, because, yeah, it's not like somebody could like hack your channel and like get into the server at Discord and delete your channel by getting into the databases and just deleting the files that contain all the information for your server. They could just join your server and spam it with certain stuff, and that'd be enough to get the Discord taken down. I was like,
Specifically,
that's kind of scary.
The city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez.
Thinking about the countries, ban country,
Martinez is the
snitching.
worst.
Twitch bans me, then I'll just not use Twitch. If they want to be dumb, they can be dumb. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, yeah, the silly thing is, right, you hear about people being banned and then there's an explanation about it on YouTube and you're like, Yeah, I can see why that might be considered like against the TOS, but it seems to be a bit of a grey area and a bit ambiguous, which Twitch is known for. They are pretty ambiguous and inconsistent, right? And yeah, that person will lose their channel. They'll start a new one. It won't work. They're not allowed to stream, so they have to stream on YouTube or Kick, heaven forbid, and that's it. That's their career over. But then I see and hear some of the most fucking heinous shit on like clips that are all over social media. I'm like, how is that creator not banned? How is that creator not banned? And then you look at their stat. Oh, they get 6,000 subs a month. Oh, okay. You know, and it's like, fucking hell, man.
Because of the racists. Everyone
bans people after they've been in a server that started posting stuff after they'd already left with no opportunity to get your account back. Discount bans people that have been in the server. It's the dumbest fucking system. Discord can go fuck themselves. Literally being part of any server is a risk to your account. I've said stuff that's bannable. What, in Discord? I mean, yeah, obviously it's kind of up to me to moderate it because I'm the only moderator. I know most of you guys are fairly sound.
Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by
during my stream. Oh, right, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously don't say anything that's bannable here. Yeah, I don't want my stream to be involved, but yeah. I can attest to that.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class.
And sometimes it gets out of hand. Yeah, this is it. It's like...
The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
This is it. Like, I want to be sort of transparent and honest with you guys. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some stuff that's not worth... The thing is, there are some topics that are not worth discussing on stream because they are so easily misinterpreted or they are so triggering for some people that regardless of how you go about talking about them, you're probably going to stand on a few people's toes. And it's just not worth talking about. I know that makes me sound like I'm a closeted racist or something, but you guys know I'm not. You know, but there are certain things that are so emotionally charged that there's no real way you can talk about them in a public forum without it being sort of a bit risky and somebody might go and say the wrong thing. So it just isn't worth talking about. You know, it's the sort of thing that you can talk about, but a stream isn't the right place for it because it isn't the right place where the right amount of context could be established to make sure that I'm clear with everybody that I'm not in any way discriminatory to anybody. You know, I think that, you know, human beings are human beings and their behavior is what defines them, not any of the characteristics about them that they have no control over. To clarify. But yeah, there's certain stuff that just it's not worth talking about because it's a little bit too prickly of a subject, if that makes sense, because it's difficult to talk about it without really layering in the context behind what you're saying to make sure nobody gets it misconstrued or misunderstands what you're trying to say. Because it's not my intention to upset or offend anybody or slight or belittle or discriminate against anybody at all. But in explaining things, some people, I mean, people on the internet are very, very fucking, you know, fervently good at this. They take something that you've said and then they try and frame it as something that it's not. And yeah, the whole sort of like, you know, the whole sort of contextual understanding that not everything is about you and not everything is about everyone. Sometimes people are talking about something in a more closed off setting, referring to something in a particular case that doesn't apply to every single fucking person on the planet. But people love to argue, so they're going to take things out of context. So there are certain things that I think we shouldn't talk about this on stream. Because yeah, it's difficult to talk about. People get sort of quite emotionally charged and a bit sort of, you know, fired up over it, like politics and religion and stuff, and it gets a little bit kind of like, okay, this isn't worth talking about, you know. But yeah. Apparently Kick bans creators who defend women who were openly essayed in public, but they allow so much other stuff. I saw a video yesterday and it was messed up. Yeah, this is the thing. Kick has not really faded out like I thought it would. And as a result, it's kind of like, yeah, I feel like even though Kick might have been started with the right intentions, initially, I was like, the unfortunate fact is that most of the people that jump over to Kick are going to be the people that can't stream on Twitch. And there's going to be a reason why they can't stream on Twitch. And that's not to say that every Kick streamer is bad. Here I am trying to layer on the context to make sure nobody takes anything out of context. But not saying that all Kick streamers are bad, but the pool of people that are going to be streaming there are likely to be comprised mainly of people who were banned from Twitch for doing something, and therefore the chances of somebody doing something on Kick might be a bit higher, but this is all allegedly. I can't say this with any facts or any sort of proof. But yeah, I thought, yeah, there's going to be a bunch of controversy around it and it'll just die, but it's still around, you know, it's still going now, apparently. And creators have been, you know, dual streaming to both for a while now, and they've been talking about the differences, and it's kind of interesting how it's how they approach things. But it's not for me, but yeah. But this is it. I've heard and seen some pretty horrific stuff on that platform, and the trouble is, when they aren't a sponsored creator, they don't have the logo on the screen. You can't tell people outside of the streaming space that that was a Kick stream, not a Twitch stream. So when they see people doing horrible, awful shit on a Kick stream, they think that Twitch is a bad place because they see people, and that really does kind of sting a little bit, because I know that doesn't just affect me, that affects all my friends as well. That affects all my streamer friends as well, is that when you've got one of these sort of clout chasey, drama farmer kind of, you know, people that go around antagonizing and starting beef and cannibalizing other people to get engagement, when they do that as a live streamer, but they do it on another platform, it tends to tarnish the brand of streaming as a whole, and Twitch gets caught up in that. And it sucks because, you know, Twitch as a brand is kind of ubiquitous with streaming, right? So when the brand of streaming gets tarnished, Twitch gets dragged down as well, because they're so, like, you know, they're so ubiquitously linked. So many people consider that, you know, Twitch is basically where everybody streams, right? Nobody thinks about Kick streams, YouTube streams, TikTok streams. Everybody thinks that Twitch is where people stream. So when they see streamers doing bad shit, they immediately think that Twitch is allowing it sometimes. And like the amount of times I've seen a fucking streamer who I just happen to know is banned from Twitch because it was on Twitter, because that's fucking PR for them. They're doing some awful shit in public, and people are like, fucking Twitch streamers are getting out of hand, you know? Twitch needs to fucking moderate these clowns. And I'm like, they're not even a Twitch streamer, dude. They're not, you know? Like, and that does really fucking rub me up the wrong way. That really fucking pisses me off, because I'm not going to be the guy to go in there and say they're not a Twitch streamer, they're a Kick streamer. Someone's like, oh, one of their fanboys is defending them, and I'm like, oh, fuck off. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, that does fucking suck. That really does fucking suck. I feel as if somebody streams on a platform and they share a clip, it should have to have the logo of the platform that they stream on, because Twitch is getting dragged on some of this stuff. The comments are just, people are just dragging Twitch when they're not even a Twitch streamer. But yeah. Kick is owned by the lowest scum of the earth, so it wouldn't surprise me. Well, this is the thing, is that it's a fucking gambling company, and we all know that people have been laundering money through gambling for decades. But over time, it's become less profitable, and there's less returns and less percentage cut when you launder through casinos. So maybe people are looking for other ways to launder money. And if you launder money on gifting people stuff, you know, I think there's a lot of money laundering going on. And I'm not going to say who or where, but, you know, it does. Alarm bells are ringing for me as someone that worked in the gambling industry and had to do loads of qualifications and courses on bribery, gambling, money laundering, fraud, financial bribery, human slavery, fucking human trafficking, you know, because these machines and the people that work on them traveling around the world, and yeah, there's all sorts of shit I had to learn to make sure that if we ever had a dip test, dawn raid, spot check, whatever, someone shows up and starts asking me questions, I could answer all the regulations, all the percentages, I could prove the percentages were in line, and the GamCare Commission wouldn't shut us down. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in that sort of space that, yeah, it's a bit concerning. Someone else I watched, in his defense, he didn't know the word was a slur, and he went, oh shit, because he read it and he went, what does that, what does it mean? Okay. Yeah, it's difficult when it's difficult when there's slurs in different languages like Spanish or French or whatever, and I don't realize that that's a slur, and I just say it. They're like, yeah, you realize that's the equivalent of this word. I'm like, oh fuck, I don't want to fucking say that aloud on stream, on a recording. But yeah, if I don't know what it means, I don't know what it means. There's a specific video of a groping incident on the girl's live feed, and then a streamer went to defend her by confronting him in a parking lot, and the streamer got banned for doing that. And she was pregnant. Fucking hell, man. This is the thing, it's just the most depraved shit. That's what it is. Let's do the most depraved thing we can do to get the most clicks. And when they do it on a live stream, like I say, Twitch gets associated with it, even though Twitch has nothing to do with it. And I do feel bad for Twitch now. I've had my differences with Twitch, but I do feel bad in that regard, that Twitch as a platform that is ubiquitous with the process and the concept of live streaming means that any time any streamer on any platform other than Twitch does something fucking awful, the comment section is fucking Twitch streamers are terrible. Twitch streamers are cancer. Twitch needs to moderate these clowns. Fucking Twitch streamers need to behave. Fucking how does Twitch allow this? Why isn't this person banned on Twitch? It's like they just keep using the name. I'm like, it's not even, you know, and sometimes the fucking chat, the fucking kick logo is at the bottom, and I'm like, oh, that pisses me off. That does piss me off because that's not fair. That is not fair. They're getting dragged for that. Irene Adler, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Sorry if the topic is a bit much. No, it's fine. As long as everybody's not, as long as everybody's not uncomfortable. If anybody is uncomfortable and you want us to move on, please understand. I am the community I want to foster. If we want to move on, we move on. You know, we can talk about. I can talk about anything. You guys know that. So if anybody feels uncomfortable, please just say so in chat. Like, guys, this doesn't make me feel very comfortable. Can we move on? And we can move on. It's fine. But I don't want to kill the conversation either. So yeah. Kika wasn't started with the right attentions. It was started by scammers and casino owners to prey on people that can't control themselves. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make any sort of allegations, but yeah, it does. The fruition of it as a platform does seem a bit kind of suspect. But again, I'm not in a position to make any allegations, of course. Banned for inappropriate messages to a monitor. Yeah. Cannibalizing a stream. They take their viewers slowly. Well, the thing is, it's not even really like cannibalizing. Cannibalizing is when one creator just throws another creator under the bus, and then another creator, and then another. They all gang up on one creator and just completely fucking bury them. Now, don't get me wrong. Every now and again, that creator has done something wrong, and rather than a character assassination that's being done out of thin air just to create clicks, that person has done something wrong, and then everybody is feeding on that controversy. They want to insert themselves into the drama so that they can then say their piece and sort of piggyback off of the trend of people talking about it. And that's another kind of insidious thing that people do, is when one person's getting burned, everybody jumps in to burn them as well because it's trending, it's going to get clicks when they talk about it. And if they've got some nuanced take, but they never do. They're all parroting the same fucking shit. They'll jump in and start dragging that. But even if they have barely anything to do with that person, if there's any connection to them whatsoever, they did a sponsored stream with them like 10 years ago or whatever, they'll pretend they had some fucking relationship with them and they never realized, and blah blah blah, because they're also doing damage limitation themselves to distance themselves from that person in case they are affiliated publicly. Oh, it's so fucking insidious though. But yeah, a YouTuber or an influencer or a streamer will just start launching attacks at another person. And sometimes those attacks have their baseless claims. They don't make any, but it's controversy, it's drama. People click on it. That's just what they do. And yeah, that's kind of a character assassination. And it happens in other mediums and other platforms as well. But yeah, it is a particularly kind of like I say, it's insidious. It's kind of underhanded. It's kind of a bit. It's kind of like, is this what it's come to, right? You know, as soon as somebody starts to do well, somebody else will realize they're about to be surpassed in viewers or follows or likes or whatever, and they sort of launch a campaign to try and knock this person down a few pegs, and then a beef starts. This person starts slinging insults back and blah blah blah, and there's, oh, have you seen the latest on the blah 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 beef? I'm like, I could literally not give a fuck any less. Two fucking people that may as well be millionaires, right? Two people that, because sometimes they are. You've got two millionaires bitching about each other on the internet to make more money, and I'm like, is it worth it? Is it worth it? You know, like, I don't want to fucking start quoting Missy Elliott right now, but is that where it's got to? Like, you are so devoid of content creation ideas that even with all the money you've got, the best you can come up with is, I can't believe this person said this, blah 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 blah, and it's just like, it's the same trivial schoolyard bullshit, you know? They take something somebody said, they argue about it, they launch an insult, that person insults them back. Half the time, I think they're probably in on it. They're probably chatting to each other in a DM somewhere, trying to cook it up even more, right? Like they do with boxing matches, right? They're at each other's throats in the comments, so it's going to be a really good fight. You know, people just fucking feed on the drama, and it's like, for fuck's sake, dudes, just like, start paying attention to better, what's the word? Content with more tangible quality to it, like somebody doing something creative and interesting. Just start paying attention to that. But they'd rather just watch two millionaires fucking argue on the internet than and take sides and argue with each other about it, than find somebody that's doing something interesting. It's silly. But yeah, Greater profit because streamers are good at getting gamblers and gambler viewers. Well, yeah, the whole gambling online thing is a bit of a weird. I mean, Twitch doesn't allow gambling, so we don't have to worry about it here, of course. But yeah, apart from the raffles that we do, but yeah. I think everyone cannibalized on Pirate Software, saying he never talks about him working at Blizzard. Well, so Pirate Software shot. This is the thing, right? Every now and again, some random person shoots up the ladder, right? They become incredibly popular, like within a week, right? Suddenly, you cannot move without seeing their face in some way, shape, or form, right? And it's only a matter of time before they say or do something that people don't agree with, and everybody fucking pivots and turns. And I swear, like, there should be some way where platforms can find the profiles of people that follow, and then as soon as the person starts to get, like, you know, a character assassination, they all unfollow. Because they're the people that drive this shit, right? They follow somebody until they're not popular, and then they unfollow them, right? And this is the problem, is that they follow them, and it's almost as if, right, they're waiting for this person's downfall. Now, don't get me wrong, there have been creators that have said and done things that are fucking terrible. They deserve to lose their platform. But there are some that have said and done terrible things on stream that still have a platform to this day. They barely even lost anything. And I'm like, you know, it's fucked out. It's kind of fucked how that works. But yeah, it's, you know, the qualities that make somebody interesting, that make them popular, especially the kind of content that Pirate Software used to do, the things that made them popular and interesting suddenly become the weapons people use against them. I'm not going to defend the guy or argue for the guy against, or, you know, he made content about things, he spoke about things, he explained things, kind of a lot like what I do, just a lot better. And yeah, he was really, really popular for explaining things in a way that made sense, right? He sort of, you know, took difficult concepts and made them, you know, understandable, right? And he had the whole thing where he was drawing pictures and stuff and making sense. And then, yeah, he had a way of explaining things that people liked. People liked the voice. People liked, you know, the things he talked about, and also he had experience. But then, obviously, after a certain amount of time, enough people became aware of him. He started to draw criticism for certain things. And then suddenly, when he got criticism, maybe he did or didn't respond to that very well. And then there was this thing where he was on a live stream doing a game of, like, a multiplayer online game where it was a hardcore mode where when you die, you lose your character, and some people died and lost their characters, and obviously they started blaming everybody, including him. And I think, because I remember hearing about it, I didn't know the game that well, but I was like, yeah, if you're playing a game mode where you could die and lose your character, like, that's going to happen. And I absolutely guarantee you, regardless of what, I don't even know what even if he did everything right, he would have caught some criticism. That's just what people are like. But apparently he did this, and it's all a bit ambiguous and a bit hard to pin down, which means it creates a massive discussion, which is exactly what people want. Yeah, but at the same time, you know, when I heard people say, like, oh, he always talks about how he works at Blizzard, I was like, I guarantee you, if you took all of the streams that he's done, that I think he did like 8 or 9 hour streams, if you took all of the 8-9 hour streams, right, and you took a percentage of how many times he mentioned working at Blizzard versus all the other conversation that he had, it's actually probably quite a small amount. It's been clipped and shared a lot. And yeah, you could get clips of people saying all kinds of things over and over again because, funnily enough, those people don't change. They're the same person on stream. And this is one place where I will defend the guy. I don't really know too much about it. But if you go live and you ramble like I do for 6 hours, 3 times a week, that is a fucking ridiculously large amount of sentences that you've said, right? There are bound to be patterns, right? How many times have I said, look at this game? How many times? I've got a counter, I think. How many times have I said, what else do I fucking repeat myself on all the fucking time? But the thing is, you can't help when you talk this much on a stream, you can't help but repeat yourself from time to time. And if that's one of the main defining things that he could use to bolster his argument when he's making a point or a statement, yeah, he's going to say that, you know? And people get tired of hearing it, but they keep coming back to the stream, right? They were there to clip it, weren't they? So ask yourself, you know, how that actually works. A percentage of how much, because he did like long streams. He must have been talking about all kinds of stuff. I mean, maybe he mentions it every fucking 20 minutes. I don't know. But I would hazard a guess that if you took the amount of times he's actually said it versus how many sentences he's said in a live stream talking about things like for hours at a time, yeah, there's probably a pretty small percentage, but you know. Nomadic groups such as Romani Travelers, Gypsy, and Traveling self-refer to the term, the G word, Sabi got you. One group you can literally call government documents because that's what the group wants to be called. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes the group has defined themselves legally as the name they have, so it's not a slur, it's actually a term. But yeah, normal people that are millionaires, billionaires, people that are in influencers, normal people's IQ. Well, the thing is, the influencers only work on people with low IQs. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude and clout chasey, but yeah, people only get influenced because they're easily misled. Unfortunately, that's just that's just how it works. Funny how one guy clipped him saying it. It's a take on the game devs sometimes. Well, this is the thing, is that I heard a few of his takes and I was like, yeah, he's got a point. He's got a point. And the thing is, people were like dragging him for talking about it, but I was like, everyone else is just fucking slagging each other off, and he's actually making fairly good articulations about game design and explaining something complicated in a way that makes sense. And people have always been interested in that. If you can explain something complicated in a way that makes sense, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, who else? You get these people that are very intelligent. They understand a branch of science very, very well, and they can explain the science in a way that makes sense to the layman, the normal sort of person. That's very popular, right? And that's what he was doing, right? He was taking something fairly complex, game design and level design and everything else, breaking it down and explaining it to people when they had questions. And that was popular, right? So, but yeah, I feel like there was more merit and more sort of quality to what that guy was saying, even if he had some like bad takes, or he was a bit sort of like, he didn't respond well to criticism or whatever. That's what I've heard. But he still had a pretty good take a lot of the time. And that shows me that, they're the sort of person that's obviously, good at what they do. But then there was a whole bunch of fucking slander about the fact that he only worked there because his dad worked there and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's just, it's drama. And I as soon as something starts to feel like drama, I'm just like, I'm good. I don't care. Whatever. Life's too fucking short to be arguing about who thinks what. He said, she said, bullshit. Whatever. It doesn't. People will cook up stories because they're bored, and they've always done it. There's fucking Bibles. There's Bible passages. There's fucking ancient texts. There's fucking letters that have been found in 150, 600, 500-year-old houses. People have been bitching about people for fucking centuries. It's just, people have always done it. People, they're philosophers. They were philosophers, right? And they were fucking like written down, and their philosophy's been taught in universities for like hundreds of years since. And there's letters saying, oh, that fucking guy, he never fucking cleans up after himself. He's such a fucking slob. He's such a fucking ignorant prick. Just because he speaks well, he thinks he's better than everybody. And I was like, there's a hater. That is a fucking like 16th century hater right there. It's fucking crazy. It's always existed. Anyway. What you are, Sean Connery, he said, she said. Yes, Money Penny. Ina says, bitched about too. Asmund got, well, no, the thing is, there's a lot of these big creators. And the fact is, I've talked all the way through the outbreak again. The fact is that, like, the more popular someone gets, the more haters they're going to have. It's always been, like I said, it's just always been that way. Plus, arguably, several successful people in the creative world, musicians, artists, photographers and stuff, they all agree that if you don't have any haters, you ain't doing it right. Like if there's nobody out there that just fucking hates you for no fucking reason, you're not being creative enough, you're not being bold enough, you're not living enough, Like if you offend nobody, you are a nobody, right? And I don't want to say that, because I know that people pleasing is a thing that people tend to sort of lean into. But if you're incapable of understanding that people are just going to dislike you, regardless of whether you're a good person or not. Some people are just fucking haters. They just hate things and they hate people. And that's just who they are. That's what defines them. When you ask them about themselves, all they talk about is how all the stuff they hate. They can't tell you one thing that they like, but they can define all sorts of things that they dislike. And I'm like, this is how you live your life. So there's no point fucking engaging with them. There's no point taking what they say on board, because they've made a habit. They've made a practice, a hobby, a life skill out of hating things. They start to pick things apart immediately before they've even considered the merits of something. And these are the sort of people that, like, they criticize sentimentality, and they criticize, emotional attachments, and they criticize, the foibles of being a human being. They're like, it's illogical and it's bullshit and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you've never felt sentimental about anything. You've never sat there and had irrational feelings about like a car or a flat, you know, not that you're attracted to it, but you've never really loved anything that isn't, you know, or you've never really loved anything, you know, but you've clearly never loved anything that is just an inanimate object that doesn't have any sort of sentience, but it means something to you. And that to me is quite sad. But yeah. Drag4, welcome in. Sir, do you skip YouTube chats? I beg your pardon, is YouTube not... Oh, hang on. Oh, I think... Drag, I apologise. Please accept my apologies. There's a button on the program that I use for my chat. I apologise. The program that I use for my chat... Oh, fucking hell, hang on. Ugh. The program I use for my chat... I make it just fit on the screen. Oh my god, it doesn't. So there's a button down here, toggle YouTube. And as you can see, it's not always easy to tell whether it's on or off. Now, if I toggle YouTube and I type something... that might appear, yeah, so it's now sending messages to both Twitch and YouTube, which is a bit confusing sometimes. So so what I tend to do is I tend to toggle YouTube off, but it shouldn't hide the YouTube messages. I didn't realize it was hiding the messages. I apologize. But yeah. Oh, hang on, it's showing them again. So I apologize. No, it's showing. Yes, I can see your message there. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that. But yeah, as you could see, like it wasn't showing a second ago. So I apologize, dude. But yeah, let me put that back over there. I think I clicked on something the other stream, and yeah, it may have removed them. But yeah, lovely chat you've got here. I thought I'd make YouTube a bit lively. Thank you very much for hanging out on the YouTube. I do apologize, dude. But let me scroll up to your question. I apologize. Let me scroll up to your question. There it is. Hey, I have a friend who's playing Disco Elysium for the first time. Got any tips I could pass on? So, if they're playing it for the first time, they are in for probably like one of the most significant gaming experiences. Krillvon, welcome in, Krill. Everyone's going to jump over to the YouTube to make fun of me now. But for your first playthrough of Disco Elysium, take your time and investigate everything. Click on everything. Talk to everybody. Take on every side quest. This game is absolutely drenched in charming dialogue, quests, characters, environments, rooms, things to just try and do as much as you can. Do not rush yourself through the first playthrough. Don't rush through it. It is quite possibly one of the most significantly brilliant works of fiction I've ever experienced. And when it comes to, as a recovered alcoholic and a recovered addict, it's probably one of the best depictions of addiction and withdrawals that's ever existed in a video game. Harry Dubois as a character, in terms of their representation of what a human being is like when they've been struggling with addiction, it's absolutely like heartbreakingly accurate how they talk to themselves in their head. There's this kind of inner monologue that's just beset with disdain and mistrust and kind of this sort of sick sense of humor about who Harry is as a person. Like the inner workings of his head are characterized by different aspects of his personality in the dialogue tree. It's absolutely fucking astounding. So yeah, if they're on the first playthrough, tell them to fucking do as much as they can. Just investigate absolutely everything. Talk to as many people as you can. Exhaust every dialogue tree. Take on every side quest and just do as much as you can in the first playthrough, because it has so much to offer. And even if you do everything you can, there's still alternative playthroughs that will have some slightly different dialogue options that are very interesting. So it's worth playing more than once. But yeah. Oh, look at this. The YouTube's gone crazy. Excuse me. Very funny. He doesn't sometimes miss his chat, so now he has to have tech issues. He's totally fine. Yeah, sorry, dude. Yeah, no, the thing is, now I can see the YouTube message. I don't know why they weren't showing up before, but I apologise, dude. Because, like I say, it all comes up in the same chat, so I should see it, so I apologise. Let me just refresh the YouTube. Where's my analytics? There we go. Look. All three of you. Excuse me. Right, come back over here. That's the thing, is my favourite. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. This is the thing, right? This is it, right? I say that shit all the time. But yeah, I do a lot of talking and then I miss a message. What tends to happen is I'm talking about something quite fervently, passionately, or whatever, and then the messages are moving up, and then a message. I think I've still got most of them on the screen. They haven't gone. Like the message I read last hasn't gone off the screen yet, but it has. And yeah, if I talk for too long, then so I apologise. I do occasionally miss the messages, but also my chat sometimes does not show them. But I apologise. Difference in influences in normal people's IQ. I found one guy clipped him saying it. His take on game dev sounds very. Yeah, exactly. Become a meme. Almost never talked about. He almost never talked about Blizzard. Well, yeah, this is the thing. Like, you know, he'll be labelled as somebody that constantly referred to the fact that he worked at Blizzard. People criticise what he did at Blizzard, and also say that they imply that he said it all the fucking time. But I guarantee you, if you looked at all of the hours that man spent talking about stuff, he probably mentioned it not that much. You know, there's probably a bunch of other stuff he mentioned way more that people don't fucking mention. But yeah. Because he didn't actually do his role as someone who used to play WoW. If a tank ain't tanking and pulling aggro and you wipe, it's the tank's fault. If the healer is not healing and you wipe, it's the healer's fault. If the DPS is being an idiot and running ahead of the tank, it's DPS fault. Yeah, somebody explained how what he did was not the best, but also there's other people that say in that situation I can understand why he did it. But yeah, like I said, I don't really know, and it's not. I'm not a fan. I'm not a hater. I'm not a fan. I'm indifferent, which is something a lot of people don't seem to be. You know, when people are like, what do you think about this? And genuinely, most of the time I'm indifferent. I am genuinely, I mean, especially now because I'm very depressed because of my health being so bad, I'm very indifferent about a lot of things because I know most things that don't involve me and I don't have to interact with, it doesn't affect me. It's nothing to do with me, right? I know that in the grand scheme of things, everything affects everything else, butterfly effect, blah, 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 blah. But for the most part, I don't waste my brain. I don't sleep very well at the moment because of my health, which is why I'm depressed. But also, I don't have a lot of brain power because I'm not sleeping properly. So if I waste my brain power thinking about shit that doesn't matter, I won't have enough brain power to stream and or do my fucking job. So yeah. The meme is so viral about get good. Many stuff you repeat. Late stage capitalism, for instance. Crumbs motto, that is. This is the thing. This is the thing. Future breadcrumbs, make a "This is the thing" t-shirt. So there's an exception to the influencer rule. There's one who uses his platform to actually do good. I mean, there are a few that do good, but at the same time, there are a few that are doing good and raising money for charity or making charitable donations because it helps them avoid tax. But the charity benefits, so it's cool. Yeah, it's fine. But, you know, there's people like, but they donate like £600,000 to charity every year. I'm like, yeah, because if they earn £600,000 more than they already do, they'd pay 52% fucking tax rather than 38. So actually, they're actually using a tax loophole through the vehicle of a charitable donation to be in a lower tax bracket, which actually in the long run saves them money. But it's good PR, which is a very cynical thing, I know, but it is. You know, when we talk about Tesco's making these enormous donations to charity, it's to lower their tax. If they didn't have to pay the tax, they wouldn't do it. We shouldn't. You know, it's good that the charity's being helped, and it's good that they're doing that. But we should remain clued up as to why they're doing it. You know, people saying, "Oh, but they're a good company. They hire millions of people, yeah, for minimum wage, but they donate money to charity, yeah, to avoid tax." Like these are not morally justified organizations. Shouldn't defend them. You know, they put the price of food up during a fucking cost of living crisis. It's, yeah. Like, make people feel inspired to achieve the best they can. You influence me into hating Sweden more than France. Because you need to leave the UK. Having very bad craving for Nutella right now. I never eat Nutella, the fuck, man. Yeah, well, I mean, Nutella uses palm oil still. I thought they stopped, but no, they still use palm oil, so you should really avoid it, to be honest. Bit of a prick, seems right-wing. Well, yeah, this is the other thing, is sometimes they're like, they're a good person, but they have very, very fucking bad political views, which means they're not a good person, right? Literally an arsehole on any platform he is on. The fucking tweet I saw. The tweet I saw. Am I going to be able to find the tweet? So basically, I think Asmongold has a new wife. Yeah. So, streamer girlfriend, she wants me to clean the house and said it's contaminated. Imagine finally graduating from spy school in China only to find out your first assignment is dating a man known as the Roach Lord. So they're making out that his girlfriend is some Chinese spy and she's fucking hard done by because she's having to fucking date a guy that's referred to as the Roach Lord. But yeah, Roach Lord is a fucking ridiculous name. But yeah. Is Italian. Natalia is Italian. Is it Italian? I didn't know it was Italian. Bit of a prick. I mean, absolute fucking cunt, yeah. So do you skip YouTube chats? No, I apologise, dude. It's coming up. The thing is, like, as you can see, right? Oh, it's because you chatted on Twitch first. I was going to say your name colour's different. You've got a YouTube logo. So before it wasn't, but no, it's because you chatted on Twitch. I apologise, dude. Oh no, he doesn't. I promise. Buying glasses for this old man. Lively chat you guys. Yes, no, yeah, no. I'm very lucky. Despite being a small creator, we have a pretty lively chat here, which is nice. I know some people aren't as lucky. Just me and Krill drawing them out. I have one piece of advice for your friend. Shoot Kuna. Shoot Kuna. Just because you can't be a Muppet. Is this where the action happens? Well, there's no real action going on, but yeah. But this is the thing I then get behind on chat. Bitch, I'm a massive Muppet. It's the most important bit of advice. Make sure he gets your advice. Thank you. Hope he enjoys the playthrough. What is the thing? If the thing's not a thing, then what if the thing never really happened? And the thing is a figment of your thing. A person who thinks all the time only thinks thoughts. I can't remember the rest of it, but yeah, similar. Is that a spoiler? Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not sure. Not for the actual game story, but yeah. Doing good. I mean, actually using his platform to inspire people to be the best version of themselves they can. Cool guy, to be fair. Shirley's got a dad. He's a good dad too. But I'm sure he hope it's not something he hasn't already encountered. It would be a bummer if he gets spoiled for him in the first run. Yeah, I mean, obviously don't show him the message, of course. But yeah, using tax wrongly is unmoral. Yeah. I think it happens when you investigate the body. Yes, but yeah, we don't say too much. Don't say too much. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. Bit of a bit dead. Had to carry a wheelchair up 4 stairs because the elevator was black. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, Dennis. Accessibility not being there fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, make sure you rest up, dude. Made by Ferrero. Is it made by Ferrero? Like Ferrero Rocher and Nutella? Oh, I suppose Ferrero Rochers do have like a chocolate, sort of like praline or whatever it is in the middle. And the pregnant lady I send away. Most people are old here and have their own problems now. Yeah, I mean, if there's old people there as well as pregnant people, the lift should be working, right? There's nothing to think about except thoughts. Alan, what? Yeah, famous Buddhist alcoholic. Famous Buddhist alcoholic. I didn't realize he was a Buddhist and an alcoholic, but okay. Thinking about thoughts. So he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusion. Praline is literally just Nutella in the right. Yeah, oh yeah, okay, yeah. So that makes sense. The dots have been connected. Right, let's play the fucking video game. Sorry.
Like animals.
Talk till they through the fucking ad break. Haven't stretched my back properly.
On the ice.
But yeah, it's weird streaming on a Friday. Yeah.
In that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone.
Playing
now.
A video game on this stream? Surely not.
Men are dead.
Surely
So,
not.
Actually, no. The worst is that
this is
old
the thing.
Cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Stretch your back part. Stretch your back, grandpa. Fucking hell, my fucking brain. Yeah. So if I miss messages now, it's because I can't fucking see. All right. Hey Siri. Start a timer for 10 minutes, please. Stop. Oh, I see. So my fucking Instagram story didn't post, which is always good. Great. So what's that? 3 hours. How long have we been live? 3 hours and 20 minutes. and my Instagram, where I have the majority of my followers, didn't upload because I didn't keep the app on the screen for long enough, because heaven forbid, I can't even see the fucking cursor, dudes. Heaven forbid.
Every morning he's there.
I don't keep the app on the screen where it's open and has privileges to listen to the microphone and everything else.
Or Koyamoran, or some other island they built that palaces on.
Stretch your crack.
On drugs and having
I vote Battlefield 5
with
campaign.
their own
So Crumbs, what's the next game on the list? I vote Hollow Knight. Surprise, surprise. I did think the other day, I was like, do you know what? Like, I still haven't played Hollow Knight, and I don't know. I don't want to play something too stressful, but it is a game that I've seen like almost everybody unanimously fall in love with, and I do like a good Metroidvania. I am a big fan of Castlevania and Metroid, and sort of the way Zelda is kind of like a Castlevania game in the sense that you have to get abilities to get to certain areas and everything. So yeah, I feel like I could probably get a playthrough done. I just need to know how much time it's going to take, because September 24th is Control Resonant, and I want to get a full playthrough of Control out of the way, because I've never played it on stream, and I also haven't played it for several years, so there's probably a bunch of context and lore that I've forgotten. So I want to do a replay of Control on my nice new PC, because I played it on my laptop back in the day.
That's all the rich really want.
Hollow Knight is so damn. Yeah, I mean, I think basically
Throughout
every
history,
single person
even the
that's
royal
played it on
bloodline
stream
of the
has
suzerain
like pretty much fallen in love with it
just
almost straight away.
refuses for them to have
So yeah,
sordid
I've got to play it right.
At least that old cunt.
Stretch your armpit.
is now dead.
Thank you for the hydrate, Drag. I appreciate that, dude. So you should do an Elden Ring bow and arrow only run. Well, I mean, if you want a bow and arrow, about the bow and arrow run, I can get my words out again. The Dark Souls 2 hitless run uses the bow and arrow quite a lot. Because yeah, I'd be able to shoot everything from a distance, but I'll be doing no damage, right? But not Azil's Comet. What's the fucking giant, great big like, and then you fucking you don't, because you get Azil's Comet from what's her chops in the academy. Renalia? Is it Renalia? It's been fucking years since I played Elden Ring. What's the fucking Ash of War? Is it an Ash of War where you just you basically create this magic arrow that fires this enormous, great big arrow? It's really slow, but I think with the right buff stack, you can get some pretty good damage out of it. Hollow Knight is so damn good. Yeah, everyone says. So yeah, Zuby, welcome in. Good to see you, Zubington. Doing Elden Ring burner. I just installed it to finally play the DLCs. What, for the Elden Ring DLCs? Or the Elden Ring DLC. Saw some guys doing a whole game butt-ass naked, no levels, using just his bare hands. Yeah, so, I mean, the fist-only runs, because there are people that don't do challenge runs, but they will do a Castus run, or like a fists-only run. But the fists don't scale like they do in other Souls. In Elden Ring, the fists don't scale with either dexterity or strength. I don't think there's a stat that you can make them do more damage. They always do like 5 damage regardless, even if you're like level 400 or whatever. But you can get the spiked balls and the non-spiked balls. I don't know if you can get I don't know if there are Castus. I mean, there's that dry leaf whatever that gives you that fucking kung fu thing in the DLC. But I don't know if there's like Castus, like the wrapped up knuckles, like there are for other games. But yeah, like people couldn't do fist-only runs because yeah, by the time you get to like Renala or the fucking dragon to get the key to get to Renala, you're not doing enough damage. It's just a fucking slog. So yeah. But again, I've missed a message or two. Saw one doing that no death run through all the Souls games. Yeah, deathless through all the Souls games. I mean, Nico, Dino Singale did 7 games back-to-back hitless, which is fucked, you know. So did Hobbit as well. I think Gino may have done it also as well. I'm not too sure if Gino did it. But I know Sykes is trying to do the God Run now, I think. But yeah, I mean the hitless Discord is fucking great. Like if you ever want, and if you ever have a question, or you want to see what runs of it, there's a section in the hitless Discord called on pace, and when someone's about to get a run, they'll post in there because they're on pace like a speed run, but they do no hit runs, not speed runs. But also every morning I scroll through to see if any of my friends got a run recently, and it's a really, really good way of keeping up with who's doing what and also knowing what's going on. But also they do a bunch of stuff with the National Heart Foundation. They do a bunch of charity work in there. So if there's a charity event on, you guys can find out about it in the Discord there. So yeah, it's full of some fucking very, very, very talented creators that are very good at Souls games. But also they're all fucking, it's a fucking good bunch. They're a fucking good bunch. Like I very rarely met a no-hit runner in the Souls games or any of the other games that I haven't gotten along with. You know, almost all of them. It's like a 99 out of 100. I've found them. I've sort of found something that we share in common. Not doing no-hit runs, obviously, but yeah, other games and other stuff like that. But yeah, I've met some amazing people through the no-hit community. They're good eggs, promise you. No, funny thing would be confused Crumbs like crazy because she's Dutch. So you are Dutch. I mean, Kyo both do. We used to have a good old trick, risen with the tism. There are Castus. Yeah, there are Castus. Okay. Should see Kyo Fit's young pictures, and he was quite a handsome boy. Quite a handsome boy with the fringe, you know, in the bathroom like we all did on MySpace.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse.
Fist weapons from DLC. You go kung fu and yeah, it's like Arkham Knight, right?
Disco whores.
It's fucking Arkham Knight, chat. It's basically just keep if you've got the setting on where it automatically locks onto another enemy after an enemy dies, you can turn that on or off. If you've got that on and you've got enough stamina, he just keeps swinging at different enemies if there's a group of them. And it's like Arkham Knight, but in the fucking Elden Ring DLC. On Gravesite Plains, there's a bunch of zombies near where you get it.
Disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
MySpace. Never actually had a MySpace. Yeah, well, but yeah, no, you know, you didn't have to have a MySpace, but yeah, it was just the scene era, I suppose. Let's mess around with these balls and get familiar with them. Yeah, what was that? August 2020. That was 2 years ago. Almost to the day. Almost to the day. What a goated pull. Almost to the day.
There was something.
What were we playing?
And nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
What were we playing on the 24th of August? What were we playing? May, June, July. Huh. That's strange. That was 24th of the 8th, 2024. 24th of the 8th. Or was it? No, yeah, it's got to be 24th of the 8th. So we weren't playing a game in August. Strange. Maybe we added it to a... Because we did a playthrough of Elden Ring. What? How many hours? 417 hours. Fucking Elden Ring, man. 417 hours. Just a casual little playthrough of Elden Ring. 417 hours.
Horse.
Yeah. It's fucking big game. Big game. You can... The thing is, on the second playthrough we did, when I wanted to get to the DLC, I was like, okay, I'll just play through. I'll just do remembrances. I'll do a streamlined playthrough of Elden Ring. But if you do a streamlined playthrough of Elden, you're kind of under-leveled, right? Because you haven't done all the extra shit that gave you all the armor and the weapons and just the fucking runes to level up, right? So you feel massively under-leveled compared to your first playthrough. So you do kind of, you know, if you want to have a good time, you want to do a fair amount of the game each time to level up a certain amount. Otherwise, you're going to be going towards, you know, Melania and fucking an Elden Beast, Radagon and Rada Beast or whatever you call it, when the two parts of the fight together. At a level quite a bit lower than your first playthrough. But I suppose if you do New Game Plus, it's not that much of a problem. But yeah, I don't think we did do New Game Plus. But yeah, obviously I didn't level up as much the second time around. Obviously, even though even if I'd done the whole game, it's still, because of the way the levels work, I wouldn't have leveled up as much. But yeah.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Oh. Sneezing because it's time to take these off. Thanks for that, Crow. Just kidding. Said in bedrooms around the world. I would guess Elden Ring and the big rolling ball enemy. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, because I remember that that was a cave underground, wasn't it? But it was a cave underground, but it was a massive cave, so it felt like an outdoor. No, that was somewhere. You teleport to that place with the balls rolling on that bridge. That's you teleport there from Ansel River, I think. But yeah, it's been a while. It's the underground area. Yeah, do you drop down? Do you have to get a lift down, or do you teleport down there? This is where all the ants are, right? It's the first time you see all the fucking ants, and then you find a lift that takes you back up to the. Is the city of Nokron above or below? I can't remember. It's been such a long time, chat. Take a bit out of the other areas to teleport. Yeah, you get to Ansel River, and then to the right, you've got the temple where you fight the mimic of yourself after lighting all the torches. If you head to the left, there's that lift that goes down. Yeah, that's the one that goes down, because there's another one that's like it's going down, and then suddenly the cavern that you're going down through just disappears, and you get to see like Ansel River, and it's like, holy fuck. Elden Ring level design. It's fucking concept art. There are so many moments in that game that you look at and you're like, this is literally like concept art on my screen right now. Like the fucking castle where the academy is, the castle in the distance that's in the clouds. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. The first time you walk out into Gravesite Plain in the DLC, you go through that sort of like uphill, like it's like a cave that's like uphill, so it's like obscured by the terrain, and then you crest the hill as it opens up. It's fucking expert level design, and you're just presented with this fucking vista. Holy shit, dudes. Arguably one of the most beautiful games I've ever played.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives
Sofra River, isn't it?
And those grotesque.
Don't remember the name of the mimic city.
Hundreds of them.
Probably Love Blade, because he has an Irish name. Blythe? B Celts, Irish, Q Celts.
What a key.
Here we go again.
Mark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there.
Shifra, Shifra, sorry. I thought it was Sephora at first, but no, it's a fucking high street store where you buy cheap jewelry.
Forgot. The party had each of the 141 Philippian monuments detonated with plastic explosives. We were pedantic about carrying out the order. No. Some advertising cockroaches used their accumulated capital to erect a new, ironic version of it. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really. The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it, too.
Hardening by my mountain bike pedals, there's screws sticking out, smacking them. Yeah, no, honestly, after years of riding BMX, I've got more scar tissue on the front of my shins than skin. It's fucked. Like, the amount of times where someone's like looking at, when I cross my legs, like sitting in the sun, you can see, like, if the sun's at a certain angle, you can see like the shin bones all like bumpy where I've dented it. And people are like, your fucking shin bone is like completely fucked. I'm like, yeah, I rode BMX for fucking 15 years. You know, yeah, my shins are fucked. And they were like, does it hurt? And I was like, nah. And I'll get like a fork or something and just fucking stick it into the skin and like make it bleed and pull the fork out. I'm like, there's no feeling left. They're just completely fucked. And yeah, I hope that as I get older, the bone doesn't start to splinter, because that's going to fucking suck. But yeah, I've smashed my shins to pieces so many fucking times.
Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses.
Shins are like Shaolin monk shins. But yeah, like at one point somebody had a pool cue and they swung the pool cue to hit me in the shin, and he was like, it made that the wooden like hollow like noise on my shin. And I was like, why the fuck did you do that? And they were like, that not hurt. And I was like, yeah, but you know, I rode BMX for long enough. I've got very little feeling left in my shins or my ankles anyway, because I
That
fucking
deformed
dislocated and rolled them
toe,
so many fucking times.
I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation, the smart one.
Copy and paste it from Google, you muppet. I'm gonna beat Krill with a table.
Edgar.
Was it? No, it's rigged, wasn't it?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
Le Jardin, the garden.
First against the wall with him.
And if you want to know, en Chanticleer, dans le jardin. A rooster in the garden. It's one of the many random paintings I have floating around in this flat.
The Clears know everything about Martinez. Of course they know him.
But no, that was in the kitchen of the first flat I ever lived in when I moved out. With one of my best friends. Well, one of my best friends and a good friend called Pete. And yeah, when we moved out, I was like, do you know what? I'm fucking having it. I don't care. The landlord's probably going to kick off about it, but I'm fucking having it. We've been there for like years, so I don't think they even knew it was there.
I haven't
But I was like, I'm fucking having it.
I hid. It was Edgar who came to me. He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things. 20 years ago, neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov.
She was old enough to join our chat, so I want to see what kind of person she's turned into with the dad Krill. It'll be very interesting to see. Well, I mean, based on the amount of stuff they do together, yeah, I think she'll turn out to be quite a well-rounded little individual. She'll have a fucking wicked sense of humour. I can tell you that. But then again, I shouldn't make statements about somebody else's daughter. But yeah,
love their charity.
I've already heard that she's got a pretty good sense of humour so far.
Social housing. I still have
Independent
the
women who would kill
Ascot
boys. Yeah, there was somebody. I can't remember what the event was, but they gave a speech. They said, if I ever have daughters, they'll be feared by weak men. And they went into a whole like paragraph about all of the qualities and strengths of women described from the position of a father. And I was like, it was a really touching speech.
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful.
Much better person than Krill, because hopefully she won't be as Swedish. She is Swedish, so 50%. Yeah, but I mean, we can't.
Even the Clares understand this.
We can't criticize Krill when talking about like looking after Lisa, because he's doing a fucking good job. Let's be honest, yeah. The guy works his fucking bollocks off doing a very difficult job to look after her, you know. So we can't criticize him for the. Can't criticize him for the way she's being raised. He's doing everything he possibly can and more. So. Fucking ants, go away.
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
Since could be seen as an insight, it wasn't meant to. But Krill knows that. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Now, we can laugh or we can joke, but yeah, Krill's out there working fucking hard, long distances from home, long hours, to do everything he can to look after Lisa. So, you know, she'll turn out just fine because he's doing everything he can. So.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name.
Good.
Licked
Be
the rich
upset.
man's
Be,
hand
be,
every
be,
time he
be
entered
upset and then
town.
just fuck, I'm going to go get food.
Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too.
We're the
That
most supportive
Holly was a
community. Yeah,
real
we
bridge builder.
we jab at each other, but we're a fairly supportive community in our own ways.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work. Called in, they say, on the eve of battle, ran away, vanished like a piss stain.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
No, I guess it was not.
This was like that meme when the guy was like, "Would you support me if I was depressed?" And the guy's like, "No. Yeah, I don't think. I think it was Siege, not CS. But yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, no. Yeah, this guy's got feelings. You know."
She couldn't make the call herself.
Yeah, I think it was. I think I've seen the
Here
clip.
it is, the bend in the river.
Because she was dead. Because the cow
Absolutely
put a
not. No.
bullet in her right lung.
But they would.
into the
We shouldn't
canal,
joke about it
grasping
because
at
yeah,
it and
that is a
drowned.
major component in lots
Or
and lots of
bled.
young men's lives.
Hard to say.
They're very, very,
It was a
very
sloppy
lonely.
job on a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was.
Well, and said, "I want to
The
be
ruins
there
of
at your
black
funeral," thinking,
around
"Damn, I
her,
could have stuck."
and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm.
So another
tried
one.
to cross
So
the
if I came to you and I needed to talk to you and open up, would you listen? It's like, nah, man, I wouldn't even show up to the funeral. And I was like, fuck. Fucking hell, man. Come on. There's dark humor and then there's things you shouldn't really joke about. There really is. Because obviously, you know, male suicide among teenage men is a terrible, terrible fact. Terrible statistic.
Someplace like that.
But I
they
suppose
build those
any
new
sort of, you know, if they're
back
joking about it and sort of
flourish in
opening
the
up to the
hell around
idea
her.
and the concept of it, and then they might start to take it seriously. Maybe there's some good to be had, but we shouldn't joke about it, of course. To be,
Or maybe
you know,
their
morally
cow
upstanding for
fell.
once, we
The
shouldn't.
past is
Yeah.
blurry. All I know is
It's a good coping mechanism, which means if we allow the joking to continue, we are in fact. It might be a bit of a reach to say, but we are in fact enabling it, you know, when people joke about it. Because yeah, there's that kind of like, oh, you know, this is fucking bollocks. I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna go and top myself, you know, like, see you tomorrow. No, you won't. And it's like, we shouldn't joke about it, dudes. We shouldn't make light of it, you know, because if the joking is only to undermine or remove significance from the concept of, you know, young men taking their lives, that's not a good thing. But if they joke about it, but they say, but with all seriousness, you know, if you guys ever do need to speak to somebody, you know, if you can't get help, then yeah, just reach out and speak to somebody, you know, speak to one of your friends, yeah. And yeah, I think that if you were to just reach out and speak to somebody, most people would be understanding, right? Because I think most of us know by now that if we don't, you know, if we're not there for each other, then, you know, how much can we really be friends, right? But yeah.
Slippery fuck didn't keep
At the
his
same
word.
time, there are people that just trauma dump on everyone around them, looking for sympathy as much as they can, and they make it. They're desperate for sympathy and attention, so they trauma dump about things that may or may not have happened, and in the process, they make other people desensitized to people needing help, which is why they shouldn't do that because it's difficult. Because yeah.
Let them rot away in a moral intern cell. I've said all I will.
No, we joke about it because we are friends. For instance, if me and Jay were super depressed and we tell each other going in front of a bus and stuff, but then we were generally down. Yeah. We can only joke about it in a way that still supports other men, which is what men are very good at. Yeah, I think Lisa would grow up to be a very intelligent girl. She already knows C or what is the thing. Yeah, I mean, based on what you told me, she's doing quite well at school and everything, so that's a good sign. Understand the enemy, politics, their interests. As I said earlier, before when you read, and now we joke about it because we're friends, for instance. Go in front of a bus. Yeah. Speak French in this part of Switzerland, on the border-ish. She does good at school, but no respect for authority. Yeah, I mean, that could be interpreted as a sign of intelligence, but yeah, it you know, maybe she's born to be a leader, which is why authority doesn't work for her, because she's supposed to be in charge. You know, who knows? We'll see what the future holds, but I hope it's good, of course.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist.
Being critical, yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, so you have
Reversal, late night.
So there's sort of a spectrum between being pathologically criticizing authority and being rebellious. And the driving force is people that are rebellious, they revel in chaos. So authority, which is a concept or a framework for order, is the enemy. So they rebel against authority because they want to create chaos. Whereas, you know, critical, pathologically, sort of, you know, intelligently criticizing authority is because you can come up with a better way of doing it, is a different thing entirely. But unfortunately, you know, they get, you know, you get newspapers and stuff, the rebel of, you know, finance, or the rebel of mortgages, or the rebel of finance, or whatever, you know, the rebel of the kitchen, or the rebel of the whatever, you know, because they don't follow the rules, they go against the rules. But they're not going against the rules because they want chaos, they're going against the rules because they want to do something better or do something different. There's a bit of a spectrum to it, I think.
Every fucking morning for 34 years, throwing that ball, one ball against the other.
With the gym teacher a marshmallow, and I was like, you can't say that.
That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be.
We're kind of interest too, so I wonder what her IQ level are, because she ain't like a normal child stuff. Mostly it's history and stuff. Yeah, it's very good that you're sort of, you know, aware that she has interests and stuff, and you need to make sure you feed those interests. Like, I'm not a parent, but every single, like, successful, intelligent person I've met is like, yeah, my dad was really into something, so he had a shit ton of books, so I read those as a kid, and then I noticed that this is how it works. So when I got to school, as well as doing schoolwork, I was already learning about architecture or about finance or whatever. And they're like, yeah, so that meant that by the time I got to college, I'd already read all the books you were supposed to read at college. So I was like, you know, just there to get good qualifications. I got the good qualifications because I already knew the stuff off by heart. I could speak about it confidently, so that got me a good job, and now here I am. So yeah, finding out what kids are into, like what they're good at very early, is super, super important, which is why I feel kind of bad for me. You know, I feel bad about myself. My parents tried so hard to find what I was good at. They took me to so many different things. I just didn't take to any of it. I just didn't get involved. I didn't fucking lock in. And it's so stupid because I had parents that wanted me to be good at something and I just didn't, because I'm a useless sack of shit. So yeah, unfortunately, that means that now that I've grown up to be an adult, I'm very good at picking things up, but I then plateau and fall off pretty hard. So it's just unfortunate, but yeah.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, Place the crosshair
only
on the
non-fiction though.
metal,
Yeah, I mean, it's good to
right on
stimulate
his
their
face,
imagination as well,
and
but yeah,
just
I think that
fiddle
figuring
with
out what
the
their brain is good at doing,
Think about
um,
it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
you know, finding out that they're very good at memorizing things, or they're very good at connecting the dots and figuring out what was going on with basic information, that'll help you find where they're going to end up roughly.
Sometimes
Then you could
Colonel
help them
likes
get
to
there,
look
of course.
at the backy before he does it. Just look at that fat backy.
In fiction books, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm a very creative. It's one of the things I was blessed with. I'm a very, very creative person. I can come up with stuff fairly easily. So I've probably had an affinity, not affliction, sorry, an affinity for creative and works of fiction and stuff as a kid.
He is a juicy bomb.
But I struggled at school like crazy, maths and English, and also I struggled like fucking crazy.
The blackest.
So yeah, I didn't do very
I
well
put
at school.
that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel
Yeah, he almost shot Renee as well.
better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
I'm going to tell him that Renee died, so he's never going to get the chance to shoot him, even though he probably already knows that because he's given up his gun. Actually, do you know what? I might lie this time. I might lie and tell him that he's fine because he knows he's never going to be able to shoot him.
Yes, of course. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Wait, this prick... No. Renee died of old age, but this guy wanted to shoot him.
For a whole week.
And I could have told him Renee died of old age, but I chose to tell him that he's fine because he's given up his weapon, so he can't shoot him now. So he knows he's never going to be able to. So we've got his weapon. He's probably going to be arrested. He knows that. So.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him?
Yes. Where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right? No. I waited too long.
Just kidding.
I waited too long.
Okay, so it gave me the option to go back. So yeah, I think that's what it wanted. The deserter is a prick, but he is. It's not French, not in this.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world. Fuck you. Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all
they
I've
ever seem to do.
Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Glad we talked about what?
Composure, okay. Then from Matilda, who studied a lot of when pregnant with Frida, that one should use a technique called serve and return. So when the baby talks to you, you should look at them and answer back right away. That builds a brain pathway. They did that a lot on both Frida and Lisa to encourage play, read together and talk and listen. Most importantly, to listen and talk to them and really listen and not just be like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of a child's behavior is mirroring their parents. So this is from what I've read, you know, it's like if I was to have a child, I'd have to be so careful about my temper because I know it's the kind of thing that you can pass on. I'd have to be so careful with getting stressed about stuff. I'd have to and you've got to be able to sort of, you know, hold a conversation with them, because as you say, if you just sort of like, yeah, okay, yeah, and just don't give them like any sort of actual feedback, it compromises their ability to understand what a genuine conversation is. And yeah, it's a complicated process. And yeah, like there was a street photographer that I used to follow on Instagram, and he took a picture of a mum and her son on the subway reading. And whilst they were talking to them about taking the picture, somebody else asked them, like, how did you get your child to read? And it's like, well, I read, you know, like I read books. I sit there and I read books. So I got a book for them to read whilst I was reading my book. You know, they copy me, you know. It's like, yeah, if you're going to play with your fucking phone all the damn time, what's the kid going to see? You know, if you're reading a book all the time, what are they going to want? So yeah, there'd be changes, like no more smartphone, no more television, no more internet, no more social media. It would all be just reading books and watching films and stuff like that. All the stuff that I know is, you know, worth paying attention to, at least until they're like 16, 17. And then, you know, I'd try and loosen up the reins a little bit, but yeah, no. Probably be autistic and ADHD. Well, yeah, this is the thing. They'd also be, the thing is, if I did have a kid, I'd be super focused on their performance at school. Not to like give them a hard time, but as soon as I saw them starting to struggle with English and everything else, I'd immediately be trying to help them out with what I've learned, because I know the school probably won't. And yeah, I'd be explaining to them, listen, I know that it's going to seem like none of it makes sense, and that, you know, they're talking about something that you should understand that you just don't feel like bad. That happened to me, it might happen to you, but we can work with it, you know. And obviously speak to their teachers and say, listen, if they're like anything like me and they're my offspring, they're probably going to be very bad at maths and English. They'll figure it out as they get older, but they're not going to be good at it at school. So don't pressure them too much. They're just not going to, they're going to struggle with the concepts, but they'll become more comfortable with it over time. Instead, try and get them to fucking focus on creativity as much as possible. Like just get them into creative things as much as possible. Figure out what they're good at creating. And then we'll just get behind that. But yeah, not giving them screens all the time, because the boredom makes creativity. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thinks I have a genetic disorder, a microchromosome deletion of the X chromosome, which they believe is linked to ADHD and autism. Autism is genetic. Yeah. Heard sometimes ADHD is environment driven, but that's maybe just one type of it. Yeah, I think in terms of attention deficit, in terms of attention deficit hyperactive disorder, I think that might be. I think environment might be. I think environment might be more of a factor with ADHD, because it's kind of a reward circuit. Like they need to be stimulated all the fucking time, and they've kind of had that from various things in their life. Maybe there's a chemical component to it, but I think I just as a guess. I mean, I'm not an expert in any way, shape, or form, but yeah, it seems like the sort of thing that might be maybe the formative years of your life. What you do and how you do it and the environment you're in maybe makes you form ADHD that you carry into adulthood. But then again, maybe you're born with it. I don't know, but yeah. Superior genetics of the Danes need to be studied. Reward circuit is due to dopamine, which is what the yeah, exactly. Yeah, this I think there might be something to do with the whole sort of reward circuit thing. Oh, it's a white check. I can retry, but this is the only chance I'm going to get. Oh, can I? Yeah, I can leave, can't I? So, composure.
I ain't going.
Composure. Composure. Should I put on Renee's uniform just to piss him off, because he just spent the last 10 minutes slagging Renee off? Oh, that'd be funny. Composure. Oh, no, shoes. Shoesies. Put the fucking tie on. Brava! It's time to start the Communist Party again.
Stabby_Patsy says, to quote Palpatine, do it.
Do it. I think you can do exclamation point do it, by the way. D-O-I-T. Do it. Do it. I am the Senate. Was that him? Am I thinking of someone else? Right. So, let me get the, oh, I've got a thought.
What's this?
Oh.
We're getting reports of normal.
Right, excuse me. We have got an ad break starting in a moment, and I have talked through 2 or 3 ad breaks. I need to take a quick break and stretch my back. I'll pop you guys over on the BLB screen. You guys know the drill. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to do the same. Get up, move around, grab a drink or snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BLB screen, so if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, once we're over on the BLB screen, don't panic. There's no alerts for follows over there, so if you want to follow in secret, that's perfectly valid. Completely understand. Yes, go stretch, Grandpa. Yeah, no, I do. I work at a desk all day, so I need to stretch. But yes, I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll carry on. Our stats. We drop down there, we can't get back up, so we won't do that just yet. Oh, what happened there? What's he doing up there? Yeah, hopefully he calms down in a sec. But yeah, ow, ow, please, please, ow, ah, that's the fucking inside of my thigh, please. Excuse me, a bit fiddly, but. We can do this. Grab this one. Put it underneath here. Ah, oh, come on, game. Really? Really? Shit. Ah. How did I get away with that? Clip it. Clip it. How the fuck did I get away with that? Oh my lord. Damn it. Get wrecked, bozo.
Should have worn a helmet.
You're not wearing a helmet! Dude, come on, man. Yes, I do hope that... Are you done? Oh. Are you done? Are you done? Oh. How about now? Are you done? Can we open this yet? No. So I've kind of just backtracked a shit ton. Probably didn't need to. Because we got to... Oh, no, 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 no! Excuse me. Oh, look, it's going to spawn me back in. Ow! I'm going to die anyway! Anyway, well, at least it gets me back to an idle, and then I can just go from there. Excuse me. You motherfucker. I need... Did we see my fucking partner just standing there not doing anything?
Do you do that? I wonder, as a substitute for having anything interesting to say?
Probably, Miss McFarland.
Oh, call me Bonnie, you fool. Call me Bonnie.
Miss McFarland, I'm married. I have a son. I had a daughter, but she died.
She literally just said,
Years
call her
before that,
Bonnie.
I rode in a gang.
Right. I'm taking your shit. Deal with it. Right. He even has a bit of a swag when he walks out as well. Come on. Think about the hiccups.
Fuck off. Think about them. Think about it. It's subconscious. If you think about it and bring it into your conscious, it'll stop. Okay, I think I'm alright. Fuck's sake. Didn't need to charge that one up. Oh!
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. You're taking the fucking piss, bruv. But there is something up there that I want. So I will go. I can just jump up here now. Cool. Game? Really? I mean, game, really, please. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Geniuses because of how they thought. So those 2% probably Danish. Remember, I invented anything. You know, you didn't. Internet was American. Up and at World Wide Web was British. Industrial Revolution, British. Industrial Revolution ain't a thing. It's a period. Name one thing that ain't digital shit. Everything from that period. Steam engine, penicillin, TVs, ATM, smallpox vaccines, foundation. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the UK did position itself as the centre of a lot of the R&D going on at points in history. But it's important to clarify that just because the institutions that have the educational qualifications and the grant money and the institutions where people can do the science are in England, the scientists come from all over the world, from Europe and farther afield, to study and to be scientists in England because that's where the money is and that's where the grants are. So we came up with a bunch of cool shit, but yeah, at the same time, the scientist that came up with it probably came from somewhere else, but just discovered it whilst working as a scientist in Britain. So there is that delineation to make, but yeah.
Of course, a radical centrist. In these bright and loud times, where 1,000 frequencies drown one another out.
This might be a trophy.
So the thinking is a radical act.
Centrist. World's most laughable centrist. Oh. Dialogue-related achievements. Dialogue-related achievements will be covered in this current version of the guide, except for Massive Talk Doc, El Capo de Art Lobbering, and Expert Advanced Remote Viewer. The other 8 dialogue-related achievements listed below are relatively easy to obtain, as all you need to do is talk more, simply revisit past dialogue options and say them all. These achievements are also recorded in your ledger. A list of dialogue instances, some punctuation removed for every achievement is listed below. Okay. Right, so I think I've got a save. Did I do a save? Oh no, I haven't done a save yet because, oh shit, whoops. Okay.
It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. I knew we could trust you. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, we are all going to be so much happier.
Yeah, because I was going to do a save. That was before we... Yeah, okay, I'll have to do that.
The old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not...
Do the save and get it first pop, okay?
or the malnutrition.
But if we didn't save.
For a man who spent 44 years in the urban wild.
Invented by 85 by British engineer Richard Clyburn, with the key screw adjustment contributed to Edwin Beard. Budding around the same era, the modern version with a single movable jaw thumb screw was invented and patented in 1892 by Swedish inventor Peter Jansen. Still the one still in use. Literally called its first kind in Danish. It's Swedish. Gauge blocks made industrial revolution easier. Standardized factory assembly lines worldwide. Is listed. But yeah, I mean the thing, like I say, people that invented things. Like, is it the nationality of the person that invented it, or is it the nationality of the laboratory they were working at? Because, like, at jobs, even like normal jobs that I have, like not scientific focused jobs, like when I sign my contract, it's like anything I invent, the company owns. You know, like I can't design any formulas of code or frameworks for how data is processed without the company owning it, lock, stock, and the lot. So yeah, like,
his movements are
nobody wants to invent anything while they work somewhere, right? They want to wait until afterwards. But even then, there's legal recourse. If you invent something that's specifically about your previous job,
above all,
they might still have an arm to grab you with.
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
Didn't he say?
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
Rutherford-Bohr model, the basic understanding we need to develop the nuclear bomb, so there's that. Yeah, and that's the other thing about inventions is, several people will come up with technology that is inherently innocent and fairly harmless in and of itself, but then one person will put all those inventions together to create something that is then used for, bad. And it's like, how much responsibility cascades from the person who took the existing technology and made it into a weapon? How much of that cascades onto the people that invented the components that made up that technology,
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Like some kind of decadent rock star. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Ultra-precise metal ceramic block, ground to exact thickness. Yeah, for measuring distances between things, yeah. Also invented the modern wind turbines that produce electricity, discovered electromagnetism, invented the pH scale to make better beer. Is that where the pH scale comes from?
Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled. His lip curls.
Glad we talked about what? What? But you said I would be taken to the...
Do you understand?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
We don't need your permission. We do need to talk about that boat, though. How are we gonna take him? Yeah, no. Only two are gonna fit in that fucker. I guess you could take him back, but...
Wait, but then, who watches over him while you're coming back?
Fuck It's the three piggies and a boat problem.
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her.
Watch this killer.
This fucking world. This world.
Ability to mass
What
produce
is
insulin. Carlsberg wanted to make it easier to have consistently good beer, so they invented the pH scale. Oh, it's from Carlsberg. Okay, fair enough.
Below the confusion and rage, a fit of jamais vu like yours. The thought passes, more pressing matters take its place.
How about the Kuno comes back for you?
This fucking world. What are you talking about? Is this us?
Coal from the east. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Yeah, I can fucking see it.
Thank God. If he can see, then maybe you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Please, game. Please.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
This is so sick. It likes you.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like lunglets, breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you. praying to you. The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Whoa! Maybe it's poison? Fucking hell!
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Please.
I exist. Tell me what it's like for you. What is your illness? For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important.
I have anything with sugar in it.
Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist, shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. Are you sure? Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna. No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk. Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration. Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him. No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. Not even the birds know that. Not even a water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so...
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident. I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Reverchol, district of Martinez, March 51. No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
The lighting just go wrong, for fuck's sake.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
You are a violent and irrepressible miracle. What a sentence.
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation. Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed. No, the Pale too, King. You're a violent and we suspect.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts.
Also, very, very dangerous.
Doesn't look like you're spazzing out. Kuno knows all about seizures. You're just staring at the giant insect. Cool. So's Kuno. Kuno's also having a vision of a giant insect. And it's real. Back off before it eats you. Doesn't look like it. No, quit fronting. What's up with you? We're a team cop. Yeah, real normal. There's a giant stick insect there. Back off before it eats you.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Forever show. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. Just like that, it's gone.
Excuse me, chat.
Skating away across the sea.
You guys still arguing about inventions?
Like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water.
I don't remember how much of that dialogue we got last time, but I wanted to get as much of it this time. Because, yeah.
And something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Between those reeds there. Fucking hell, it can... The fuck? Is that ceramic? And more stuff? Like a nest in the reeds? We should peep it. Fucking hell.
What now?
Yeah, Grandpa's not looking so good. We need to check on him.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
See.
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
I think the shock of all of this happening has sent him over the edge, unfortunately.
The boy waves his hand in front of the old man's face. The trembling mouth appears to sigh. There's no other response.
Yeah, this fried him. We gotta bring him to a doctor. Good news, this solves our boat and Piggy's problem. He's not going anywhere. He's trapped here. He's old and fried. Kuno's seen this, like, after a massive bender. Kuno's dad. Yeah, and then there's that shit. Gramps couldn't take it. It was too much.
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Talked, huh? You sure it didn't have a strange effect on you? You looked like hypnotized? Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what degradation means. And I don't know about getting close to it like that and staring at it for 5 minutes. You're one crazy cop. How? Like, it's pretty fucking huge. How?
No response.
Then how the fuck did we see it? Oh wait, the longer it's there, like it needs time to sink in, and if you spend time with it. Yo, you ever seen a giant fucking insect? Yeah, Kuno knows hobos, and Kuno has never seen a hobo sharp like this after so many years of hoboing. Yeah, because look at him now. Not so sharp, is he? And it's gone. Left. Perhaps it's like, kept him going. Like the drink and the lightning keep my old man.
Ericsson screw propeller. I'll put a hydraulic. Let's cut off the bottom of that message. Press on your bollocks. You guys didn't invent... Oh, God. Are we listing off everything that's been invented? Is
Like
that what we're doing now?
Hooked on the lightning.
But yeah, like one of the memes I've always wanted to get. Sorry, just to lighten the mood a little bit. When you guys are kicking off, like when you guys are fucking making my life hell, I want to just play this. Zoo. You wouldn't be able to zip up your pants. Oh, God. Not the cock and ball torture. I mean cognitive behavioral therapy, sorry.
True. He's got those gay eyes, doesn't he? You mean like horny? I mean, he was pairing on that Clausier party lady weirdly hard. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you see that too? Got a little jumpy there, didn't you? I know that vibe. I'm off me lightning too.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
About that, me and C kicked that shit into the ocean. She took it off the corpse and kicked it, rugby style. How'd it wash up here? I don't know.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
Hey! You took the shot, bang, and got rid of the evidence. Bug brought it back. Sounds about right.
Silence. Not even a sigh. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open.
Yeah, old man, hang tight. Let's slowly start shuffling off Death Island, okay? We're about done here.
Oh shit. I've fucking done it again. Excuse me. I have created a situation where the caps lock key is on when I need it to be off, so bear with me for a moment, chat. I'm going to reset the game because I need to take caps lock off and then start the game back up again. Oh, Steam? Where have you gone, Steam? Bear with me a moment. Ezekiel, that's your name? Tony? Fuck you, Tony. What's your name, Ezekiel? Fuck you, Ezekiel. Fuck you, Tony. What a fucking conversation, man. You better not. Fuck off, Zam. Right, so caps lock on, caps lock off. Okay. Yeah, that's the truth. Like when American people try and insult English people, and they're like, "Bruv, is that the best you got?" I insult my friends more than that. Just we're gonna have to try a lot harder than that. Like the jokes we have with our friends are stronger than the insults you have for your enemies. I mean, what does that say about the culture, I suppose? But yeah. Right, I'm gonna save there just in case.
The skiff
Yeah.
is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Oh yeah? We did good shit here, detective.
We
The
did, Kuna.
skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
American insults are so mad. Yeah, but then again, like I don't want to criticize them for not being good at insulting each other, because I mean, not being good at insulting each other would imply that their culture is less insulting, which is a good thing, I presume. Us English people are fucking savages, you know.
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
That's right. And you're bleeding. We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you. Bothered by it. Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Good old pigs here.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstar. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Agree with the stinking Swede. Invent your music library collection software.
I'm your
There we
goddamn
go.
partner, Jean-Vic Comar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
The kid's about to say he's Kuno.
Task force. Cool. On the Kuno. We just came from the fucking island.
Listen, Kuno. Harry and I are old friends, from way back. Mind letting us have a moment? Won't be long. I just need to talk to Harry about some of the things I think he's done wrong lately.
Good luck with that. Sounds like you're in some shit.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look safe at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building. It was on fire. I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Trent? I told you it was our shit, kid.
The line is from Lou Giatun's Mirova 82, isn't it? About girl-child communism, the titular returning character to ghost the apparition of... Good choice, Harry.
He is correct. It was the Seraillese poet Lou Giatun who, in the 50s of the last century, composed them.
Don't encourage him, Trent.
Okay.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on. I didn't lie to you. No one lies to you. You were so fucked up on booze you couldn't recognize your own partner.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends. Okay. Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Yes, I'm Tran Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Tran Heilestam. Mikhail? Mikhail's my son. No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence. What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
Group personality theory would explain all the different characterized bits of Harry's personality.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore. Do. It's a Major Crimes Unit. We cleared the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you. Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die. And you were probably right too. I would have never let you abduct a kid and take him on a creepy boat trip in the middle of fucking March.
You talking about Kuno? Major Kuno wasn't abducted, you fucking fat dink. Fuck out of here.
Here we go. Alcoholic delirium. Visions. All must pay. Where have you told and you were...
You talking about Kuno? Major Kuno wasn't abducted, you fucking...
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first.
Like Kuno a bit more now. Yeah.
What do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and...
There are people out there that really like Kuno.
Socioeconomic.
Because, yeah, like, Kuno is, like, 100% committed to who they are as a character. Excuse me, my voice is going. They're 100% committed to who they are as a character, and they're kind of unapologetic, and they're kind of obnoxious, but they're not, like, they don't demonstrate the kind of racism some of the other characters display. They don't display some of the sexism some of the other characters display. You know, they're a kid that's clearly had a very difficult start in life. And I think when you consider that, you could almost give them a bit of grace. You know, you could understand why they are a bit obnoxious. They don't have a very good father. They've grown up in a very rough environment. Their language and their kind of, you know, obstinate refusal to just engage with people in a normal way. Maybe there's a psychological explanation for it, but yeah, I think that I can kind of see why people do kind of like Kuno, because yeah, like he's an obnoxious little shit, but compared to some of the fucking fascists and racists in this game, he's not actually that bad. Like, really, realistically, I don't think he's ever said anything that is truly like beyond like just being a bit rude. And like I say, compared to some of the other people in the game that are saying really fucking ideologically fucking morally bankrupt things, yeah, I kind of see it. Oh, Dicko, this pug must be fucking a failure. What a fuck up. He ain't a nonce who kidnaps kids. Yeah, and also, like, I think that he sees Harry as a complete fuck up as well. This is the other interesting thing, is that some of the more dialogue trees that I got into with him because I was really forcing it by loading the game back up if I failed a check, yeah, you sort of break through to him. And I think that, you know, on one level, Kuno sees you as a bit of a fucking mess as well. But you're out here trying to do what you do, and you are kind of confident in being yourself, even if yourself is a complete mess. So I think there's a peculiar kinship between the two. They both had stuff happen to them in the past that wasn't good. It's affected them quite clearly. They're both a little bit obscure and a bit strange and a bit sort of out there, but they are very defined as they stand as characters. So yeah, I think there's in this third playthrough, there's a lot more between Harry and Kuno that makes sense now, which is kind of interesting as a development.
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory... I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's cool here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Son of fucking Long here. Detective Far Out, son of Long on the case. Shut up. You didn't wipe your own memory. We're not even considering that option. It's not possible. Even with the amount of potent Pilsner you down every hour. You're simply lying, or insane, or both.
Detective Vigmer, I'm not saying he's the son of Lung, but lying? I mean, he has blacked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the party? Or do we need to get him on a designated
crime?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Oh, well, if it wasn't you, then it's okay. You only let someone steal a 45,000 real police vehicle, drive it into the sea, and then just left it there. For the record, you pressured us into getting it. It'll be cool, Jean. We'll have wheels, rapid response. I was fine being an equestrian cop. I hope you're fine driving a bicycle. Don't answer that. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge.
And your gun?
Gun? Yeah, you don't have that. Maybe you can philosophize your way out of it.
I don't care if you have a new gun. I only care about your old gun. Your official sidearm. You lost it, didn't you? I don't care. Where is the gun the RCM gave you to kill people with? Where is that one? I knew it. I told you you wouldn't have it.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I would say it's very bad, yes. You're drunk like an asshole, Harry. Please put the stolen firearm away before you kill someone. Well, a suspect shot herself in the head, Harry. I know what you did. You went in drunk and intimidated her, didn't you?
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh well, if she thought you were sent by La Puta Madre. I'm not even gonna get into what this means for the Ethics Commission. Or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is barely clinging to life in the hospital. Harry, it was fucking mass murder.
Yo, I'ma stop you right there, fuckface. It's Kuno time. No, you've explained enough, pig. Kuno takes care of this shit now. First of all, yo, those guys were all f***ed. The guys in the armor, f***ed. The Union guys, f***ed. So yeah, suck Kuno's dick. You don't know me. You don't know what happened here. You don't know this shit. Automatic fucking weapons. Urban battleground shit. Battle lines drawn in blood. Blood meridian. You don't know this shit. Now, Kuno wasn't there. Right, you getting this? Kuno was breaking it up with Kuno's main bitch, see? Parting of the ways shit. But when Kuno got there, Pig had fucking cleaned up. Blood and ruin. Smoked all those dinky fuckers. Saved this shit. Martinet shit. I see he's mourning and shit. His main pig got semi-wasted. Sent to the boo-boo mobile. Kuno steps up. Kuno fucking fills those shoes. Big boy shoes. Detective Kuno.
What's Vic gonna say about this?
He comes to a sudden, abrupt stop.
Are you done?
John Vic, man.
Yo, Kuno feels like you weren't really listening to Kuno. You were hearing, but you weren't listening. Fucking the armor boys came to Martinez to fuck shit up. Hardy boys or whatever the fuck they are. They were telling everyone and their mum how they wasted one of those armor fucks. It was always gonna go down like that. My pig stepped up, got fucked in the leg for it. Sacrifice style.
Yes, I understand. He was in the fight.
Second, you dinky fucking asshole. This pig right here. This oink oink motherfucker solved that shit. On Death Island. Case solved. Go home or fuck off. Yeah, Kuno's been around, seen shit, real shit. He's not a fucking toddler.
No, really,
Yeah, and solved that shit. Fucking grandpa in the woods did it. Old shit. Kuno doesn't know about that. Look, the real shit here is...
Use that ad real quick.
Yeah, straggler, sure. Are you getting this smart shit? The old fuck killed him. Confessed to it too. We got him snitching on himself. Popo style.
A straggler. From the revolution.
Yeah, fucko. He's on the island right now. In a coma or some shit. Oh, and we also got the gun. Gun of the killer shit. You know what I mean? Now, let's get our big boy shit on.
He means murder weapon.
Yeah, spin that real shit, pig. Murder weapon, big boy shit. Yeah, big shit. We're taking them all down. We're cleaning this shit up. Now, listen up, Sue fuck. You're gonna shit yourself because it's gonna get wacko natural.
Wacko natural? I think I know what it's going to be.
There's a fucking 4-ton mantis on the island.
What? Sorry, kid. Me and Harry need to.
Yo, this is like the biggest moment in history right now. You wanna fucking listen to what's coming out of Kuno's mouth. We saw a giant insect, white as fuck. Literally the Insulindian phasmid or some shit. Praying mantis style. It was 3 meters tall, and this pig right here.
His hand is shaking with rage and excitement.
This fucking old popo discovered it. Me and the pig bacon discovered a new species. It was beautiful. It was... You ain't seen this kind of animal before? Fucking miracle shit. This case, this fucking grandpa shit, this ugly shit, it's nothing. We saw a ghost. A real life ghost. Like he fucking proved ghosts are real. It's that big, popo. It's fucking...
You know what's incredible, right? Kuno's, sentences are becoming more structured and less fragmented as he explains discovering it, because he's passionate about it and he's not like treating it like it's at arm's distance. He's really engaged with explaining what he saw, and he wants to make sure he's as clear as possible. He's speaking so much more clearly than he usually does. That's a very nice touch.
Why are you not fucking shitting yourselves? What's wrong?
Because he hasn't referred to himself in the third person or sworn that much for him in most of this dialogue.
Did he just say Insulindian phasmid?
I don't know. I zoned out. Harry, did you just pick up some myelin berm and pin it on him?
You aren't fucking listening. The bum is nothing. This is science history here. It was the Insulindian phasmid. It's connected to the shit. Tell him.
Lieutenant, please. You have to have more than just some mantis. The stragglers stick to that. You said you solved the murder.
It's not going well. Present something now. Something sane and clear. Make your case. No, there was a giant insect, and they have to understand that. You will find proof. Don't give up.
Lilianovich, a revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man would be Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolutions failed, but not before making it to Revachol.
He thinks this detail bolsters your straggler theory.
It is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Okay, Trant. Thank you. I get it. Harry, no more giant insects. You said you have a motive?
This narrow-minded pig. I can't fucking...
Bring him to heel. Get the kid in line. You could use his help here.
Alright, yeah. Kuno's in it.
He listened to us.
Jealousy? He's what, 80, 90? Didn't you say he's been in hiding since the revolution?
Yeah, Suit. Check this shit out. The Merc was banging some chick he wanted to bang, so we shot him. Chick's called Klaasje.
Klaasje, as in the suspect Lieutenant Kitsuragi brought in? I've read his reports. Don't fuck with me.
Snitch Beano clad? Yeah, Klaasje, that chick. But she didn't do it. It was this old fuck. Grandpa on the island. Merc was fucking her, and he couldn't hack it. Kuno can hack it.
Okay, and he'll confess to the prosecution too? Resuscitated. That sounds great.
Jean, he has it. No more cooperation needed. He had a civilian there for the confession. This is doable.
Okay, we'll see about it when we get Coast Guard on the island.
Okay, am I going to get...
This is good.
I don't know if this is going to pop, because I think after we finish this conversation, we just walk to the car. So I keep snoozing the fucking ad break. Sorry.
What? On behalf of?
For the sake of political neutrality, I would like to not partake in anything union-related.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
The fuck, you puss? This'll send you flying. Trust Kuno. Grandpa laid down some real shit, conspiracy style.
If that's even remotely true, then a clandestine investigation will be required. It smells like bad news to me. A classic shit kid case that'll get people killed or fired.
Not discussing it further out here in the open is probably a good idea. People must have seen you return from the island. Word travels fast.
No, I don't have to believe you made a zoological discovery. That is not a must. And even if you did, you're a cop. Who cares?
You know, Harry, if I may interrupt again, it would help if you had evidence. Any proof, and I'd play ball here. The PR potential would be quite something for the RCM.
Yeah, Kim wasn't with us to take a picture, unfortunately.
We have a shitload of proof. Spin it on them, pig.
Some kind of, what were they called? A bower? Yes. Things collected for a mating display. This would indicate a male, but I don't know of insects displaying bowery behavior.
Shit was there. Display the shit, pig. The shit. It's the proof.
It's a scope. From a gun. Nothing about this even remotely proves the existence of a giant insect. Here's my theory, Harry. You experience a delirium hallucination. It's typical of cognitive damage from years of chronic alcoholism. You started seeing shit in the Ritz and convinced this poor kid of it too.
The baby, okay? You're still the best little boy. Still the best little baby boy, alright? You're still the best. You gonna sit still? Or are you gonna go off? Off you go. Go on, off you go.
Poor kid. Fuck you. Kuno's loaded. Can't believe you're not believing me.
No, it's not true. It was there. It was real. You remember every detail of its sounds, its movements, its presence.
Bugs everywhere. Plants turning into bugs. It's a typical hallucination. Every drunk past the age of 40 has seen it.
You're right about that.
Fucking Kuno doesn't have a photo camera because Kuno is fucking poor. Okay? That sucks about the Kuno. So Kuno didn't take a fucking photo. And Kuno didn't paint a fucking picture. But it's in my head. In here. Kuno's eyes took the picture. It's right fucking here. I can't believe you're not getting this.
Hang on, Baba.
Kuno, please. If it's on the island, then it will be seen again. Calm down.
It will never be seen again. It wasn't seen for 100 years. Fuck Kuno and let's all pretend there was no miracle. We don't need a giant insect. Everything is so good without it in this fuckhole.
If he is that certain, and they are not. Come on.
Excuse me, I'm just going to snooze that ad for the last time, see if we can get this finished. What has been different with this playthrough without examining the body? There were a few dialogues where I couldn't ask questions that I know existed because I hadn't examined the body to find out that it had a bullet in the back of its throat and that there was lividity and blah blah. So there were a few dialogues that just didn't appear. The option wasn't there. I knew I could ask a question that would get them to get what I wanted, but I had to go around it and ask a different question.
Fuck it. I believe
And obviously we had no way of knowing that he'd been shot, but I know he'd been shot because I'd played the game 2 or 3 times before, so...
I knew it! The bitch sees it! Bitches are fucking smart! But you dicks are dumb as fuck! It's real, I told you!
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
the body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
But he wasn't examined.
And Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
Sorry, welcome in, Years Like Fever. Sorry, I apologize. I should have greeted you properly. I apologize. Welcome in. But yeah, basically, there are a few points in the game where I know I can ask something about the body's condition that would guide the conversation that weren't there. I couldn't tell you specifically which ones, because there's a lot of conversations, as I'm sure you're aware. But yeah, there were a few moments where I couldn't progress down certain dialogue trees because I couldn't make people admit something or give them information that would force them to sort of say something. So I had to just leave those conversations and go somewhere else. And I had to do a lot of stuff just to fill time because, you know, progressing through the dialogue moves the clock along to get to this. I had to get to day 3 to day 5. So the game progresses a lot slower because you can't pin down stuff because the game thinks you've missed something because you haven't investigated the body, but actually I deliberately didn't do it. So obviously there was a bunch of stuff that the conversations didn't happen, so therefore I couldn't push the clock along as much. And then I couldn't sleep till the next day to get to the coast, and then it just took a bit of time. But yeah, other than that, once you get to here, once you get to the coast and start asking people questions and stuff, you can progress the game fairly well. And obviously, as long as you just get to day 8 and get to the island, you can ask the guy and he'll confess, basically. So, yeah.
I don't know what a Doom commercial area is. Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
This pig helps people, okay? He's a fucking handy helper.
Shush, Baba.
He does that shit. He finds
Shush.
insects and solves side shit.
We picked you up like the baby earlier, okay?
Side style?
Jean, it is his style.
It's definitely your style to solve side shit.
You're right. It is a small thing. Does anyone care about a jacket? No one? See? No one cares.
Yeah, he really fucked the Kuno on that. But that's old shit. Kuno's now. Pig's just being a good pig. That's cool to Kuno.
Great, thanks. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. Fuck it, it's alright. I'm in, honestly. Anything but the drink. No. Sure, you get the case together. You can do police work. In bouts. That's not a surprise to me. Even the insect. I don't care. But you're an alcoholic. And you've been drinking. Again. I won't let my life unravel because of this.
He has. That's true.
It's tough. One of the toughest addictions to overcome. Comparable only to heavy synthetic opiates. Even morphine is easier to kick than alcohol, statistically. The odds are against him, especially at his age.
He's too old. He's been like this for too long. I've seen him try many times. It's a farce by now.
They're leaving. They're all turning away from you. If you declare yourself a doomed man does not need comfort from anything. He can go on without drink or help, like a clockwork.
Listen to this shit, man!
Detective, I just don't want this trial to go on any longer. It's cold outside and let's just go.
Fucking Harry, fuck you for bringing this kid with you. It's only because he's defending you. It's the only reason you're not staying here to die. You manipulative son of a bitch. It is cold, and we have vehicles in the square. The perp needs to be taken into custody. Let's get a move on.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Right, so at this point, I can't snooze the ad anymore, so I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I thought we could get through all of this and get to the end of the credits, and I could just let the credits roll for the ad break, but it's not going to happen that way, unfortunately. So I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some tips so you guys know how the drill. You guys know how the drill works. You guys know how it works. Yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on and do a quick stretch, have a quick nibble, get something else to drink because I need to make sure I stay hydrated with this congestion. But yes, I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll carry on. Sit down.
No.
We might need to put a couple of fans. Excuse me. What you get, bruv. Fuck around and find out. That's what you get.
Okay, your poise is shit. Oh. Oh! Oh, chat. The fucking rolling underneath the jump attack to backstab. Oh.
Though, where to? Remember? Neither Katya nor Crest have ever met them.
Women are temporary.
Though
Radio
we
is
seem to be
forever.
doing just fine even without them. It's like a Middle
Radios before hose, am I right?
Excellent. Yes,
Stop it.
people like slaves getting in here. I can't believe they had it worse.
Fucking
without
hell.
his lies, nonsense, and
Oh,
human
fucking hell.
sacrifices.
Excuse me.
You don't know how stairs work, dude. Come on.
Get out of the way. Please. Thank you. Fuck's sake. Hot tub streams, review content. I still find it odd that hot tub streams were a thing. Yeah. It's fucking wild, right? I mean, who would watch somebody sitting in a hot tub, right? Like, just in a hot tub. It's just, yeah, it just seems really weird, right? You know, that somebody would do that and loads of people would watch it. Yeah.
That generator, hello, great generator, great name. Silly Viv, hello. Yes, Twitch, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. That gets us up to £500 already, and we've still got multiple streams left in the month. So thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Welcome in. So this puzzle don't make no sense to us at the moment. I think later on we'll get something that might tell us what this is, but at this point there's way too many variables. So I need to make a mental note that there's some kind of Rubik's Cube-esque puzzle for us to look at. So if we've got some items, we can come back here and trade that. But yes, £1,000 already for a tiny little creator like me is absolutely amazing. We've had some very generous donations so far, so I can't thank you guys enough. All because of a silly little moustache. But no, thank you so much. Right, let's start building some... where the fuck are my souls? Oh, really, game? Really? Really? Can we not attach this one? Ow! That's what I get for fucking around. Fuck around and you find out, chat. But yes, Nick, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Oh, the fan's just fucking given up. Excuse me. Give me 2 secs, chat. Oh, fucking fans. Giving up. Hottest part of the year. Sorry if it starts making weird noises and the screen starts flashing and then it turns off. I can't leave it plugged in, it's not safe, so please excuse me. Right, video games. See, look how many skill points we've got at the end of the game.
The man looks westward, impatiently.
This. Won 3 raffles and 2 gambles. So you're giving points away. Happy to assist the Dane, especially at beating the Swiss. The one thing you guys agree on, right?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
No, Pig, that explains everything. The running, the jumping, the guns on your arms, your whack mustache. Your lame-ass pants before? Like this fucking retro shit that's going on? Kuno's seen all this before? In gym class.
God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
You've been on about Mike again. I hate that guy. Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then.
I think they might be able to see your face, Baba.
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Kuro is just east of Jamrod. It was a short walk every morning to the basement.
Just like causing chaos. You can see his nose. They can see your nose, Baba. They can just see your nose. Just a little nose.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
Just on his whiskers.
You.
They can see your whiskers, Baba.
Walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Kuno fucking knew there had to be something wrong if you can run like that.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk. Dora something. Dora Engeland. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Not Dora Dubois.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time. Yeah, or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one. Incredibly bangable. She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that. No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
What? Bitches dream of the 41st? Why do you think Kuno's in this shit? Weird is, it's fucking violent. Your Captain Price just did like 1,000 people.
Thank you, Kuno. You're being kind. It's an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me, things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
Yeah, that shit's fucking famous on Channel 8. Kuno hears this shit.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershall. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
Kuno's liking this shit. Jamrock is the real shit. Mayonnaise is fucking white as balls. See shit? This ain't a real ghetto.
Thank you, Kuno. You bring light to my day. Who is Lena? Well, good luck finding her once we get back.
Fuck do you think? Gonna rock that law enforcement shit with you guys? Detective Kuno? Like you promised?
Like you promised? No, he's not. He's 12.
Kuno's fucking 19?
You have to be 15 for the junior officer program. You're not even that.
Hey, you don't get it? Kuno's got pig all over him. Kuno smells of bacon grease. Being seen with you, fucking informant shit. You think no one sees this? They're gonna hang me by the nuts if you leave me here. You want that on you? A dead kid? Or you want Kuno at your station, solving shit? Like we just did?
His hands are shaking and his face is white. It's not the locals he's worried about, but an 11-year-old girl.
I don't care. He can't be a cop. He's 12 and says every 4 seconds.
I won't say it. I won't say it anymore.
His teeth are clenched and his throat moves in a gulping motion.
Maybe you can take the kid with you. Enroll him a year earlier and say he's 14. If he...
I promise I won't say it. I won't say any of it anymore.
For God's sake. Yes, we'll do it.
Another sigh of surrender.
Recruit Detective Kuno de Freuter.
Good.
Yeah.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Yes.
Kuno?
Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Does that? Let's go, Kuno. Look at him ushering everybody in. Also, Jean isn't going to help us because Kim isn't there to help us. Okay. Spring has come. It's time. That's 3 playthroughs, 2 of which were back to back. Yeah. It's one of the greatest works of fiction I've ever experienced, chat, honestly. No work of fiction has ever quite represented what addiction is like as well as this game. And the characters and how, like, just unafraid they are to just say shit that most games would be too petrified to touch. Talking about all kinds of stuff that gives it a sort of a weight, a gravity, a kind of depth. Yeah, it's one of the best video games I've ever played. How many achieves left, big man? It's a good question. It's a good question. Because we just got True Detective, finished the game in hardcore mode, and recruit Kuno. We should also get What Body, but that hasn't popped yet, which is very concerning. Yeah, that'll take us up to 33 out of 45. But there's a couple of trophies I want to try now. If we start a new game, I think Kim will be wearing a different jacket, I think. But yeah, 12 more, yeah. But we should get one more. Complete the game and solve the case without ever interacting with the hanged man. After the tribunal, at the final debrief with your team, you can choose to say that you quit drinking. Jean will not believe you and comment why you smell like a corpse, to which you must reply, what smell? Oh, shit. Fuck. Okay, yeah, we've got to do that. Because otherwise that entire playthrough is wasted. Shit, okay. Right, excuse me. Right, shit. Yeah. I can load back up. The thing is, I don't think I can skip the. I can turn off the credits, but I can't skip them. I have to wait, unfortunately. Just what I wanted to do it on an ad break, but just timing didn't work out. But yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal game. There are so many things about it that it just, every now and again you come across a film or a game or whatever, and everything is just you know, and even though it had a pretty bumpy development, I mean a lot of games do, but I think it was particularly bumpy, and yeah, things didn't go so well for the developers afterwards, which is a shame. You know, fuck Zaum. But yeah, like, I think that other than some of the lighting bugs that have sort of started appearing in this version because it's been updated a few too many times, which I don't remember them from the first playthrough, but yeah. Other than that, yeah, I think the art style is absolutely phenomenal. The writing is some of the best I've ever heard in any work of fiction ever. The voice acting is fucking outstanding in almost every way. The whole sort of the way that your choices and your sort of ideology actually impart certain bits of dialogue, yeah, it's genuinely so impressive. And I've done 3 playthroughs and discovered new shit. Even though I was trying to do everything in the last playthrough, there was still stuff in this playthrough that I discovered. So yeah, they're like their tier intro thing. No, but fuck them. At least fuck the ones who made the choice to fuck the devs over. And some of that might have been involved. Some of them might have been involved, yeah. And I'm sure, I mean, the thing is, people that are this creative and this, like, good at making stuff, they're probably not the easiest people to manage. So I'm not going to say that, like, yeah, the devs were perfect all the time, but they didn't deserve what they got at all, you know. yes, they probably overspent, and yes, they probably took too long, but what they created was absolutely fucking outstanding in multiple ways. But yeah, I think that greed took over, and the kind of like, sorry, the cat's gone fucking wild. Greed took over, and the kind of shit that people do when they're greedy happens. You know, they started selling stuff they didn't own. They started fucking giving people permission to do things they didn't have permission for, and yeah, we finished the hardcore playthrough. But yeah, there's a couple more trophies I want to pop before we wrap up for tonight. But then the stream on Monday will be just loading up the game at various different points to push things to get. So we might have to do some more like playthrough, not the whole thing. But yeah, I'll be checking what trophies I've got left on Sunday, and then figuring out what we can load up and do. Because yeah, there'll be a few of them where if I load up a certain save on a certain day and go to a certain person and speak to them with the right stats, it should open up a dialogue and I can choose something and that'll do it. That should be the last 5 or 6, and then yeah. So by the end of this month, by sort of 27th, 28th, we'll probably be done with this, moving on to something else for a week or two, and then we'll start playing Control just after the beginning of September. Play Control, try and 100% Control, and then move on to Control Resonant. So yeah. Zoom, yeah, he has got zoomies. He does get zoomies every now and again, bless him. God created man in his image, but did not create us to be perfect. God, our flaws is what makes us perfect. Well, I think our flaws and imperfections are what make us us. You know, like if you do everything perfectly and someone else does everything perfectly, you're the same person, right? And this game, in the way that certain skill checks won't happen, and therefore you end up diverting off and not being able to go down one dialogue tree, which means you can't do something, will then affect you later on. So yeah, I think the mistakes you make, or the skill checks that you don't get in a playthrough of Disco Elysium, you've got to just roll with them. Obviously, the last playthrough I wanted to do everything as much as possible because I thought that would get me most of the trophies, but it's a bit more complicated than that. But yeah, no, that's 3 playthroughs, 2 of which were recent and just back to back, and I tried to do a whole bunch of stuff in each one, and I still fucking enjoyed it. You know, I know that we've been playing it a lot, and we should probably move on to something else. So I am looking forward to moving on to something else. But yeah, the game, yeah, it's as good as I remember it. You know, bar a few bugs that have been added with updates, which are not their fault because they don't work for the company anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I struggle to find anything this game doesn't do really well. I think that the isometric camera angles are off-putting for some people, and some of the subject matter, some of the conversations, it's a bit strong. They talk about some stuff about addiction and sexual assault and stuff, which is a bit grim. But I think that it always does so with integrity and tact, like I said before. Thank you for the bonk, Tiger. I think it always handles that kind of stuff with respect and with integrity. It doesn't say it just for the sake of saying. It's not doing it for shock value. It's just they're talking about the experiences of characters, and yeah, it's positioned in a way that makes it kind of tactful. It's difficult to read. It's difficult to hear people talk about, but it's not like they're only doing it just to shock you. You know, like some films or some games, somebody will use a slur or something and say, "Oh wow," and it's really out of place. It has no contextual reason for being. It's just, yeah, they just wanted to include it just to shock people, right? And yeah, that's always felt really cheap and everything. So, perfection of nature is imperfect. Perfection is unachievable without adaptation. Adaptation makes mistakes. Yeah, I mean, adaptation is a reaction to mistakes, right? So, identify as a god. Don't use your privilege against me. Okay. And so, as we are of nature, we are perfectly imperfect. We can make mistakes. We can learn and adapt, and that makes us perfect. It makes us capable of perfection, but I don't think anything is ever truly perfect indefinitely. You know, I think that a thing that evolves in the way that you're describing, which I agree with, is likely to evolve past any perfect form it might imbibe. It might inhibit at some point. You know, even if you did evolve to the perfect thing, something else could happen and you'd evolve to solve that and stop being the perfect being. Create something perfect, my daughter. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so yeah, unskippable credits. I mean, all these people deserve, you know, some time on the screen, but yeah. Corporate finance, fuck off. Stress relief dog. Right, so let me check. So we've got to blitz through that conversation again.
Look what the tide brought in, Harry.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rag.
Hello, I'm your god special consultant.
Hi.
We've come to...
The kid's about to say he's cool.
Wait for fuck.
And...
Listen, Harry won't be long.
Good luck with that. Sounds like you're in.
Ari, we want.
My background.
No, Trant, it's too late.
Shit, kid. What an interesting Monica.
Yeah, so, excuse me. Where's... Oh, no. Oh, stop moving things around. Complete the game, solve the case without having interacted with the hangman. After the tribune at the final debrief with your team, you can choose to say that you quit drinking. John will not believe you. So yeah, I think that's fairly late in the dialogue tree, so I think we'll be okay as long as I just keep skipping forward.
Where have you told her and you were...
You talking about Kuno? Major Kuno wasn't abducted, you fucking fat.
Sure. Talk on the town is you're the mouthpiece of the gloaming. The cafeteria manager you fucked over told... Speaking of which... The giant aerografito in front of the building. The one that's burning. Did you do that? I don't know. It had shit. You.
Maybe you've deserved...
Guilty as... And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else. I didn't lie to you.
Lieutenant, my name... Okay.
That will never happen.
Yes. Mikhail, no problem. What indeed?
He's here to see if you're insane. Yeah. May refresh you.
Tick.
Oh, do. It's a major crimes unit. The Bells.
Well, he doesn't have as displayed.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's...
Psychotraumatic. I keep my...
But Detective Vic, yes, a couple of times.
So you don't? The two cases.
Interesting.
What do you mean?
Well, look at the room. Hardwired.
Okay, Trent.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work.
No one even mentioned that. Now nothing. Now we're just going to step... No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Oh, for the record, don't answer that. Your badge, Harry. Show me your...
In a rush to demonstrate your badge.
Yeah, that was pretty high, that check, so we should have got it.
Not today, badge.
And your gun?
Gun. Yeah, you don't have that. Maybe you can philosophize your way out of it.
Yeah, gun. The thing that was given to you to kill people. Upgraded it. I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I only care about your official sidearm. I don't care. Where is... I knew it.
This isn't code.
Oh, I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please, put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
From the way he covers his nose,
there it is.
You can tell the satellite officer
okay,
is
that's that
still
one.
Fixated on the...
Yeah, that's that one. Right, now... Okay, so now let me check, because I think if we start the game... Yeah, Get Kim to wear the jacket. We all know which jacket that is. Prerequisite. Complete the game in hardcore mode, nothing else. Step 1. Complete the game in hardcore mode. Start a new game and talk to Kim. He should be wearing the new black jacket. The achievement should trigger after you introducing yourself to him. Alternatively, load a save file and then talk to Kim. Okay, so by that token, because I've completed it on hardcore, I'll go back to day 1 and load up the game. Okay, hang on. Tried to tail slap. Yes, he's trying to get my attention. I think you're in the way of the big keyboard, bub. Sure you can chill out over there. Let me sit down. Should we move the cable out of the way so you can sit down?
There is never an inordinate amount.
An awareness creeps up.
Extra. Do you really?
I wouldn't like
Fear and
somewhere like a fly.
the stench of Irish.
Can we just go downstairs without can we go downstairs without putting any clothes on? Okay, so I don't think it will let us go. I think we have to pick up some clothes. As boring as that may sound.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clink. It says.
Oh, okay. So we have to put trousers on at the very least. We have to put some trousers on.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. You reach out to grab. This is bad for quite a long time. Still longer. Finally, you know what you should do. Do it if you want to die. The stabbing pain in your chest is telling you. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier. You swoop up what you have in your hand. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. It's just a little hangover. The lights are...
The lights are off. You can't run. Doesn't matter if you double click, you can't run. You're too hungover. Right. So let's head downstairs and then based on the I suppose you go outside there and man, barotrauma has some weird ass animations. If you take certain drugs, usually adrenaline, or like you end up walking around and marching and you get drunk, you basically walk like Erling Haaland. Also think I've bugged the game by modding it because people are randomly injured, so I'm finding a lot of people with opiate overdoses and addictions at the same time. Take them off then. Yeah, I suppose I could take them off now that I've put them on, but yeah.
Hello, officer.
Hello, Claudia. Don't need to speak to you just yet. Just going to see if Kim's wearing a different jacket. He is! He is! He's wearing a different jacket, I think. Woohoo.
A bespectacled man in a black bomber jacket.
Black bomber jacket.
His foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. On the sleeve of his bomber jacket, as well as on its back, are the same enigmatic white rectangles as on your blazer.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here? Then we should ask him for a rundown of the area. Get me up to speed. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body
Is
to
it the pitch?
no longer
Well, that's
be
what I
in the
thought.
tree.
That's what I thought. But
where it has been hanging.
I'm thinking after this dialogue completes, it might pop, but I'm not sure because that's what the guide implies.
What a shame. Get to it now. Rip that body down from the tree.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
You mean you don't have a badge? Oh, if you didn't have your badge, then that would be very bad. You would need to report it on my shortwave. But since you do have it, we can go straight to the task at hand.
There it is. Right, cool. Okay. There's another one. So, that gets us up to 35 out of 45. So we've got 10 left, which we will be doing on the next stream. Because they include things such as massive talk dorks. So I've got to speak about the machine 4 times. Don't call it a book club. I've got to save for that. Part cop or hobo. I think if we sleep under the boat rather than taking the room, I think that pops that. Say someone should do something about this multiple times. It's black and white. I'm not too sure what that one is. Medal dispenser. I need to speak to Renee and get his medal and then give that to the pigs, which we didn't even do in this playthrough, unfortunately. And then we need to do a playthrough where I do 11 honorable things. So I need to start a new playthrough and just do the honorable thing every single time that option comes up. And there's one more, the pie topping. We speak to Gary when he's in the burning in rags. I did that in this playthrough, but it didn't seem to work for some reason. I'm not sure why, but yeah, I can't remember what day it was. Yeah, it was here.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the...
It's great to see you again.
Oh, sweetie, I care. I want...
The little Sylvia, you could ask her about.
Very generous of you to help us out. I mean, officers. I told you everything.
'Tis true, sire. This man simply...
No.
After all this time with Morel, he...
Oh, yes. A rhinoceros that they have special...
But how is this...
The rhino starts running very fast to build heat.
We don't really do that around here.
Perhaps we should have more... They have...
But how is this combustible?
The rhino start... Revocol used... The flames are not... During the local...
The lieutenant. It's clear the burning rhino is dear to him on many levels.
Yeah, so I think I may also need some stats as well. Where are we? Yeah, so what's this? Get the pie. Yeah, gluten-free pie topping. So, need to pass a series of passive checks involving authority, conceptualization, composure, and endurance. Gary disappears. He returns home. Is no longer inspectable for the remainder of the game. If you can't figure out Kuno took the locust from the traps. Last time the game will tell you this is your last chance to talk to Gary. Don't speak. So yeah, we need to speak to him with these stats basically. Authority over 6 plus. Authority 6+, and conceptualization less than 4, composure 4+, and endurance 6+. And then yeah, we do this, and because our stats are different, we get a different conversation. So yeah, we're going to have to do that another time because I need to make sure my stats are correct before I even start this conversation. Yeah, this was, when is this? This is day 4. Day 4 of this playthrough. So, let me load this up and just double check. But I think we figured this out before. We need authority 6, and we've got 2, which is a problem. Conceptualization less than 4, and we've got 6, which is a problem. We need clothing to minimize that. Composure, I think we're okay on. Yeah, composure, we're 6. Yes, fine. Endurance is physic. Is 6+. Yeah, so we've got some stats to manipulate to get that to work. But yeah, once we can do that, we go in here. Minimize this real quick. They'll be waiting for us. Oh no, hang on. Fuck, we haven't even done the fucking quest line here. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'm working this out another time. Anyway, sorry. It is 11 o'clock, so yeah, it is time to call it there. But yes, I've got some working out to do, so I will figure out what we need to do. I'll look up the guide for each one, and then I'll need to look up my stats for each save that I've got, figure out which playthrough I'm going to load from, because at the end of the game, before we go to the island, I've got a bunch of stats, so I might be all right on that playthrough. But anyway, YouTube, we can't raid out on YouTube, or at least I don't know how to. I think you can, but I don't know how to. We don't have anyone to raid. So YouTube, I'm going to end the video there. Thank you to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. I appreciate you guys over on the other platform. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense. The next video will be on Monday. The next stream will be on Monday, 5 p.m. UK time. We'll be loading up, jumping around the different parts of the story to try and do as many trophies as possible. And then, yeah, we'll 100% it, hopefully, over the next stream or two. And then we'll be moving on to Heartworm, and then maybe Control. And then we'll be playing Control Resonant a little bit after that. But yes, thank you.